Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, American Bait Works, TH Marine, and FishAlabama.org.
Welcome to the first stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, Smith Lake, Jasper, Alabama. 225 teams signed up in 7 minutes for this tournament for this year. $15,000 first place on the line. Over $63,000 will be paid out today. These guys will weigh in today because this is the first tournament of the year. They are trying to make it to that $100,000 championship on Wheeler Lake later on in October. But we're going to start things the way we always do. We're going to have our national anthem. We're going to pay tribute to our soldiers serving here and around the world by the playing of our national anthem. If you would, please rise, take off your hats, and let's play patronage to our flag. All right, let's get those engines going. This is the first stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division, Smith Lake. We're going to start out with boat number 1, Garrett Booth and Philip Booth. Please give us a little shout when you go by. Please remain on idle until you pass the blast-off boat, and then you can get on plane. Boat number 1, you are free to release. The first boat going out in the 2025 season of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division. Boat number 2, Braxton Cups and Jeff Aldridge. Boat number 3, Chris Duckett and Donovan Williams. Boat number 4, these guys have had a phenomenal year in 2024 on the Alabama Bass Trail 100. Boat number 4, Zeke Gossett and Ethan King. Boat number 5, Delano Green and Delano Green Jr. Boat number 6, Chad Hall and Ryan Hall. Boat number 7, Sean Hornbuckle and Barry Morris. Boat number 8, Heath Kelly and Kevin Breimer. Boat number 9, Brian Huffstetler and Stephen Morrow. Boat number 10, Eric Morris and Randy Talbert. Boat number 11, Roland Liverett and Michael Smith. Boat number 12, Waylon Mullis and Jeff Fantzler. This flight's due in at 3 o'clock, guys. Boat number 13, Teron Prince and Ivan Limley. Boat number 14, Daryl Newman and Isaac Perkins. Boat 15, Tom Taylor and Russ Reynolds. Boat number 16, Greg Tomlin and Jeremy Tomlin. Boat number 17, multiple wins on this body of water, Mr. Jordan Wiggins and Steve J. Hughes. Boat number 18, Billy Adcock and Austin Adcock, fishing as an alternate today. Boat number 19, Lee Brown and L.J. Brown. Boat number 20, Walker Brown and Sloan Pennington. Boat number 21, William Darby and John Greenwood. Boat number 22, Jake Gibson and Michael Gibson. Boat number 24, boat number 23, Hunter Davidson and Bryant Fikes. Boat number 24, they won here last year with over 20 pounds and had a 7-pound largemouth. Craig Grubbs and Matt Ferguson. The last boat in this flight, boat number 25, Brody Hopper and Fisher Hurd. We'll hold for just a second. There they go. Boat number 26, Justin Lane and Luke Mason. Boat number 27, Brian Johnson and Brandon Gross. Boat number 28, Dennis Miller and Anthony Gay. Boat number 29, Danny Long and Kevin Fallon. Boat number 30, Scott Myers and Ryan Myers. Boat number 31, they started off the 2024 season with a win on Pickwick. Can they back it up in 2025? Tracy Robinson and Dustin Robinson. Boat number 32, William Nichols and Jake Young. Boat number 33, Gary Thacker and Carter Woodall. Boat number 34, Jeremy Sanders and Kelly Treese. Boat number 35, Dr. J, Jonathan Vinson and Wyatt Brown. Dr. J. Boat number 36, Jason Wizenat and Tim Baker. Oh, Jaybird, go get him, son. Boat number 37, Mike Young and Mel Kennedy. Boat number 38, and I'm going to be as nice as I can be. Boat number 38, Damian Willis and Tyler Kiker. Get him, guys. Boat number 39, Donnie Beck and Tony Harvey. Boat number 40, Michael Briggs and Cody Kodra. This flight due in at 3:15. Boat number 41, Ty Cox and Cameron Gauntney. Boat number 42, Joshua Campbell and Kevin Hollingsworth. Boat number 43, Matthew Fincher and Jacob Kimbrough. Boat number 44, these guys had a showing up in the Alabama Bass Trail 100 on Lake Gunnersville. Elliot Galt and Austin Swindle. Boat number 45, they've won here before when it flooded us. Tim Griffith and David Ayers. Boat number 46, Vance Hines and Mike Casada, fishing as an alternate today. Boat number 47, Nathan Harbison and Charlie Harbison. Boat number 48, and again, I'm going to be as nice as I can be, part of the peanut gallery. Boat number 48, Kent Keys and David Campbell. Boat number 49, Mr. Riley Johnson and Ryan Haney. Good luck, guys. Boat number 50, last boat in this flight, Devin Mobbs and Brock Lawley. Boat number 51, I see it over there, the K1, coming back after 6 years of being gone on the Alabama Bass Trail. Mr. Phil Mansfield and Frank Mackin. Boat number 52, Connor Morris and Preston Morris. Boat number 53, Johnny Patterson and Tom Messer. Boat number 54, Alan Renner and Tristan Renner. Vote number 55, Donnie Story and Denver Satterley. Vote number 56, Dylan Singleton and Chris Allen. Vote number 57, Harold Wells Square. Harold Wells and Harold Wells III. Vote number 58, Shannon Thomas and Shane Kent. Vote number 59, Michael Woolley and Kyle Llewellyn. Vote number 60, Ben Yarber and Jody Scripture. Vote number 61, Adam Brown and Greg Diggs. I see you over there, guys. Vote number 62, I think the Crush City raffle a vote. Vote number 62, Fisher Anaya and Ryan Anaya. Followed up by your 2024 Anglers of the Year, Justin Bussey and Ben Webb. Vote number 64, Austin Foster and Joseph Day. Vote number 65, Kenneth Grover, going out solo today, missing Mr. Bob Blackery. Vote number 66, Parker Hamill and Jeff Hamill. Vote number 67, Travis Hill and Roger Comer. Vote number 68, a Hatton Hornet himself, Mr. Stephen Kirby and Nathan Kirby. New to the Alabama Bass Trail, vote number 69, Hunter Eichard and James Eichard come in off the wait list. Gotta love it. Vote number 70, Drake Luter and Tyler Wagnon. Oh boy, played baseball with my son Jake. Oh, Tyler. Get after it, son. Vote number 71, Jason Metz and Candace Metz. Vote number 72, Gavin Moy and Luke Gerald. Vote number 73, Dean Nelson and Dwayne Nelson. Vote number 74, Mitch Rollins and Jackson Rollins. Last vote in this flight, vote number 75, Caleb Swain and Houston Calvert. Gotta love me some Houston. Vote number 76, Alex Ross and Randy Ross. Vote number 77, Mr. Cole Wade and Daddy Donnie Wade. Get him, guys. Love me some Donnie Wade. Cool guy. Vote number 78, Dylan White and Jarrett Kowalik. If I misspelled that or missaid that, I apologize. Kowalik. Vote number 79, Lucas Wright and Donald Wright and No Winston. We're going to have to start penalizing y'all for not bringing Winston. All right, vote number 80, Adam Bain and Chris Colley. Vote number 81, Chris Britton and Eric Springer. Vote number 82, the most wicked mustache in all of Alabama, Ricky Campbell and Russell Silvers. Vote number 83, Logan Chittum and Jacob McNary. Vote number 84, Ethan Franklin and Steve Wilson. Vote number 85, James DeMoss and Eric Fuller. Vote number 86, Delton Gregory and Dexton Gregory. I see you guys. Vote number 87, Brett Harp and Brady Harp. Vote number 88, Barry Hubbard and Jason McCullers. Vote number 89, Scott Lentz and Drew Thornton. Vote number 90, going out solo today, Mr. Bradley Jones. Vote number 91, they've got a win here back in February 2016, I believe, a day similar to this. Mr. Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst. Vote number 93, James Myers and Mark Waits. Vote number 94, Britt Perry and Chris Hargrove. Boat number 95, Terry Square, Terry Mann and Terry Pryor. Boat number 95, Nolan Spencer and Jonathan Reese. Boat number 97, Charlie Steele and Logan Steele. Boat number 98, Dylan Tucker and Greg Tucker. Boat number 99, Kevin Westmoreland and Spencer Graves. I don't have the voice Spencer has. Big radio DJ there. All right. Boat number 100, last boat in this flight, Chad Wilson and Hunter Wilson. All right, boat number 101, Rob Wright and Samuel Fowler. Boat number 102, Ryan Adcock and Jonathan Marsh. See you guys. Boat number 103, Hunter Brewer and Jaron Getsky. I hope that's right. Boat number 104, Derek Coughlin and Jeff Kuvalon. Boat 105, Justin Buckles and Chad Jones. Boat number 106, Dustin Formby and Jonathan Prater. Boat number 107, Hunter Gilbert and Adam Carter. Boat number 108, Will Grisham and Andrew Fikes. Boat number 109, Blake Hall and Jeremy Lamb. See you guys. Good luck. Boat number 110, Randy Hobbs and Mike Svedson. Hope that was right too. Boat number 111, fishing with an alternate today, Scott Callahan and Todd Clem. Boat number 112, Wendell Eisen and Richard Eisen. Boat number 113, Bill Mayo and Walt Roberts. Boat number 114, Roy Morgan and Larry Freeman. Got you guys. Boat number 115, Jonathan Post and Timothy Felder. Boat number 116, Joe Newmans and Jeremiah Sparks. Boat number 117, Jamie Starnes and Ricky Fowler. See you guys. Boat number 118, Jacob Scrimshire and Caleb Fisk. 119, Keith Van and Jeremy Jones. Boat number 120, Stephen West and Wendell Edgel. Boat number 121, Eric White and Adam Fleeman. See you guys. Boat number 122, Marty Wilson and Brian Mitchell. Boat number 123, Alan Branham and Gene Branham. In a new Phoenix. I see it. I see that Phoenix. Boat number 125, Christian Clemens and Michael Larkin. Boat number 126, Isaac Duncan and Will Duncan. They started out strong last year on Pickwick. Boat number 127, the Dukes of Hazzard boat, Preston Henson and Adam Lynn. Boat number 128, Philip Harrell and Clint Gilbertson. They won last year on Wheeler Lake. Took home a nice payday. Boat number 129, Luke Kyle and Arch Cornett. Another team getting in off the waiting list. Boat number 130. Boat 131, Joel Mayfield and Tally Mayfield. Scared the dickens out of me yesterday at the gas station too. Whew. Boat number 132, Matthew Roberts and Terry Roberts. Boat 133, Trip Nugent and Merrill Deering. 134, Jamie Smith and Michael Making It Rains. Boat number 135, John Watwood and Shane Barrett. 136, Lance Whitaker and Jeremy Briscoe. Boat number 137, John Brown and Trey Sorrells. 138, Jim Barnett and Scott Russell. I'll see you guys. Boat 139, Roman Calvert and Shannon Calvert. Boat number 140's fished the most Alabama bass trails of anybody. 140, Brent Crow and Jimmy Mason. Boat number 141, Ash Goja and Danny Pettis. Boat 142, Paul Ernest and Chris Swindle. Boat number 143, Weston Hardiman and Andrew Bradford. Boat number 144, Jason Henson and Michael Jones. Glad to have you here, Michael. Boat number 145, Jackie Jones and Donald Jones. Boat 146, Packy Lawrence and Jeremy Holden. Boat number 147, Sam Long. Boat number 148, Michael McLaurin and Jordan Boyd. Boat 149, they have 4 wins on the Alabama Bass Trail. Mr. Mitch Mitchell and Candler McCollum. Boat 150, last boat in this flight, Philip Nunley and Robin Erb. See you guys. Boat number 151, there he is. Everybody wanted to know where this guy was. Lee Pitts and Steve Engel. Good luck, buddy. Boat number 152, Don Privet and Bruce Summers. See you guys. Boat number 153, Chuck Stevens and Dale Stevens. Boat number 154, Jeff Seabolt, David Seabolt. Boat 155, Clifton Bates and Daniel Heidegger. 156, Dalton Spears and Charles Spears. Boat 157, Anthony Benson and Will Phillips. Boat 158, Jonathan Weathers and Tim Partridge. Boat 159, Todd Beatty and Ethan McDonald. Boat 160, Chris Blackwood and Larry Melvin. Boat 161, William Carter, going out solo today. Mr. Chuck, we're thinking about you. Boat 162, Thomas Garbox and Jonathan Garbox. 163, Ron Cameron and Stephen Wood. Boat 164, Joshua Fordham and Joey Nance. I gotta know if that cowboy hat stays on when he takes off. I was wondering if it was gonna stay on. Boat number 165, Brett Harrell and Tyler Smart. Boat number 166, Tony Keefe and Brian Gregory. Boat 167, Shane Mears and James Mears. Boat number 168, Ryan Trammell and J.D. Garrison. There's the Mears brothers. Boat number 169, Lucas Smith and Dalton Mize. Boat number 170, Lance Walker and Cole Walker. Loaded out with that Phoenix, Yamaha, got it all going on. Boat 171, Jimmy Wilson and Brian Holcomb. Boat number 172, Kevin Whaley and Kyler Whaley. Boat 173, Tim Thornberry and Tyler Thornberry. Boat 174, J.J. Atwell and Steve Fultz. See you guys. Boat number 175, last boat in this flight, Brandon Blackwood and Clint Blackwood. Boat number 76 withdrew from the competition, so moving on to 177, Trey Doust and Justin Doust. Boat number 178's trouble. Mike Fitzpatrick and Gary Fitzpatrick. Trouble. Georgia boys are trouble. Boat 179, the Dukes of Everywhere. Philip Dukes and Bailey Dukes. Been with us a long time, but we're watching Bailey fish since he was in the 9th grade, I think. Boat number 180, they have a win on Wheeler Lake. Alan Hayes and Danny Bishop. Boat number 181, Jay Kendrick and Chuck Hughes. Boat 182, Ben Lakey. Oops, lost it. And Jordan McGehee. Boat number 183 did not show up. Moving on to boat 184. Heroes on this body of water, Mr. William Lynn and Donna Lynn. Boat number 185, used to be my neighbor, Red Peebles. I'm going to call you Red, I ain't calling you Ashley. Not going to call you Ashley. And Anthony Wiley. Good luck, guys. Boat number 186, Jack Pratt and Nick Pratt. Boat 187, Philip Sprayberry and Gary Holmes. 188, Wesley Sams, Craig Daniel. Boat 189, Matt Van Meter and Mo Moyer. Boat 190, Nathaniel Bradley and Chase Parnell. Boat 191, Craig Childers and Nikki Taylor. 192, David Cagle and Gary Bates. Boat 193, Jeremy Doss and Johnny Albritton. Boat 194, Taylor Galt and Randall Barnard. Boat 195, Mr. Jerry Hartline and Robin Vaughn. 196, Mike Hood and Rocco Samari. Boat 197, first year on the Alabama Bass Trail, Mr. Jamie Toon and Hunter Baldwin. Good luck, guys. Boat number 198, making their way back to the Alabama Bass Trail, Mr. Wayne Isaac and John Polk. Boat number 199, Lawrence Judd and Jamie Butler. Boat 200, John Kellett and Robert Story. Last flight, boat number 201, Jake Bice and Briar Chambers. Boat number 202, Jeff Cannon and Marty Colley. I see you guys. Boat number 203, Sean Camp and Craig C. Boat number 204, Matthew Campbell and Michael Campbell. Boat number 205, Bob Erett and Mike Russell. I see you guys. 206, Michael Doty and Johnny Andrews. Boat number 207, Drew Hicks and Cody Balcom, fishing as an alternate today. Boat number 208, Bill Hamlin and Lester Jenkins. Boat number 209, Lisa Johnson and Mike Johnson. I see. Boat number 210, a different Lolly we like to party. Sean Lolly bringing along Logan Lolly. Welcome back, Logan. Boat number 211, Alan McCoy and Tim McCoy. Boat number 212, Stephen Malaborski. I hope I said that right. And Dania Zhang. Is that close? From California, guys. Golly bum, you came a long way to fish Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 213, Tommy Petrosky and Barry Holbert. Boat number 214, Scott Norman and Todd Norman. Boat number 215, Timothy Campbell and Richie Todd. Another team getting in off the waiting list. Boat number 216, Mr. Charles Estes and Austin Archer. Boat 217, Blake Hawkins and Josh Clark. Boat number 218, Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts. Hey, I see you over there, big guy. Boat number 219, Harry Payton the second and Harry Payton. I almost feel like I need to see Harry Payton and Harry Payton the second, but it's not listed that way. Boat number 220, Bobby Sharber and Jeff Preza. Boat number 221, Benji Seaborn and Jonathan Seaborn. Boat number 222, longtime Alabama Bass Trail anglers, Mr. Danny Shell and Anthony Land. Boat number 223, Mark Singleton and Lee Jolly. Boat number 224, Zachary Taylor and Josh Austin. And the boat we've all been waiting on. Here they come. Boat number 225 from Georgia, Mr. Barry Vest and Dustin McDaniel. Go get them, fellas. All right, guys, that does it for Blast Off here at the Smith Lake Dam. I know we've got all of the on-the-water analysts up and running, and we've already got fish catches. That's what Smith Lake's about. That's what starting at Smith Lake is about. We're going to get out on the water and see what these guys are seeing. Jason, tell us who you got, brother.
All right, here we are. Season 12 of the Alabama Bass Trail starting right now. North Division at Smith Lake, and we already got 2 fish catches on the board. Fish catch number 1, second place team from last year, weighing in just a little over 20 pounds and losing by just a teeny tiny bit. Jordan Wiggins right here. We got Steve fishing with him today. Those guys got it done last year, so let's see what they got today. Already got 1 fish in the box. We didn't make very much of a run this morning, and we pulled off in here and they went to work really quick. Obviously we're doing some live scoping today. Kind of scoped around out here in the middle of this little pocket. You see this little fish catch that while Miss Kay was still calling, I think she was probably on like boat 60. And got this fish catch coming in here. So cool that we get started here early, and get one in the box is so important in this event. Going to be a lot of fish catching going on today. Expect a lot of limits, but the key is to catch those 3-pounders and upgrade throughout the day. Probably going to take a largemouth or 2 to be able to win this deal. So I don't know that we can make it to 20 pounds a day, but for sure that is the goal. Well, Mr. Duncan, I think you're getting it done over there as well. Tell us what you saw this morning starting out early. It's been so fun getting out here, right? It's season 12, here we are.
No doubt about it. Here we go, 2025, and we picked the best team, in my opinion, that we could start on your 2024 ABT North AOY champs, Justin Bussey, Ben Webb. These guys have been on fire. Never had a finish worse than 18th place last year in 2024. Kicked things off at the ABT 100 on Gunnersville with a 3rd place, and they've already got 1 in the boat this morning. They're doing the drain thing. Ditches, drains, you're going to hear a lot of that today. That is a wintertime staple here on Smith Lake. You're going to see a lot of live scoping going on. Let's take a look back at the first catch right here, hooked up right close to that dock, as you can see. These guys have been very methodical this morning, live scoping a little bit. Just following those fish around as they move, chasing blueback herring. And this fish was actually a largemouth. They were a little surprised by it.
Fish on.
I really do.
All right, fish on.
Fish on. You're going to see lots of fish catches today, and lots of fish getting caught different ways, I feel like. I'm also getting word that Darian finally got out of bed. Darian, welcome to the party.
Oh, yeah, man, I just woke up and slid out here, and man, honestly, I don't even know what boat number I'm on, to be honest. No, I'm joking. We got up and ran with them this morning, LD. I felt like I was fishing the tournament myself at Blastoff, following Fisher and Ryan, Anaya, and I don't know if there's there is, but Fisher and Ryan, Fisher's definitely one of the hottest young anglers in the country right now in the southeast for sure. He's hooked up right now as I'm saying that. Let's see what he's got. I mean, if you had to look, and Fisher always looks at the camera too. He's got it dialed. Is that slot fish? Might be a slot fish. Yeah, that's a slot fish looks like. But one of the hottest. I mean, if you had to pick the top 5, he's definitely, I'd say, in the top 5 of young anglers who are doing their thing right now. But before we even jump into that, I just want to give a shout out, major shout out to Miss Kay Donaldson this morning for an extremely, high energy boat blast off, 225 boats, and she even gave us a Thundercats, a little reference there somewhere in the middle about the boat number 200. Ended it with energy on 225. That's impressive.
Listen, that's not an easy job, and I'm not just sucking up to the boss right now. That 225 teams, 450 names takes a minute. I am a little upset that she took my job, though. I would like to go on record on live here this morning and say she did take my job. She does it better, though.
And by the way, while we're talking about we're talking about young anglers who are just really on fire. We're actually, our boat captain today is Mr. Caleb Miller from the ABT South. The ABT South. They've got a house here on Smith Lake, and so he's sharing a little bit of knowledge with me this morning. I've looked over at him a couple times, and he just gives me that head nod, like, yeah, this is it, or whatever. I've asked him 20 questions already. So we'll be able to, maybe we'll ask Caleb in a little bit to give us a breakdown of what we've seen. But so far, we're just seeing the same scoping thing, Luke.
We're going to see a lot of that today, but hooked up, let's see him well. Looks like it might be it's going to be close. It might be right in that forbidden slot. So all of our teams, they can weigh them between over 15 and under 13. Slot, that 13 to 15 inch fish has to go back. We're putting him on the board right now. Let's see. I think he's going in the box. And number 2. Your 2024 Angler of the Year champs, picking up where they left off. I don't think you can say enough about the run these guys have been on there. And you mentioned Fisher and Ryan. Of course, Fisher, he is one of the absolute most talented young anglers out there in the country right now, just graduated high school. These guys right here, what they've done in the last 2 or 3 seasons, they have stopped tournament bass fishing for a little while in their life, and started back with the ABT just a few years ago, struggled a little bit in that first season, and then since then they have been on a tear.
Yeah, for sure.
And they can do a little bit of everything. I think we're going to see a little bit of everything today. We were, last night at the hotel talking to a lot of anglers. We saw a lot of people tying on swim baits, and a lot of shallow water stuff looks like that can go on today. Water temperature warmed up considerably this week. I think a lot of things will be in play today. We do have low water, really low water levels, as you can see in the background. But with this heat wave we've had, this water temperature's warmed up about 10 degrees this week. Fish are going to bite today. two keepers in the boat, Bussy and Webb.
We could talk a little bit about that slot limit. The goal today is definitely not to catch 5 unders, if I'm not mistaken, right?
That's right, yeah. Unders are normally not a key to getting paid on Smith Lake, that's for sure. You hear a lot of people saying the term overs, right? We hear that a lot. Got to catch some overs, got to catch some overs. That's the name of the game here.
What do you think, how many largemouths are going to take today? You think it'll take 2 largemouth, 1 largemouth? What do you think?
You know, as warm as it is, Jason, I feel like if somebody can catch 5 largemouth today, 5 of the right ones, I do think we could see largemouth win today. Oh gosh, lost him. Hooked up, that was a good one right there.
Yeah, this warming trend we've been on, I mean, we basically had that's tough. Basically had a summertime week this week, in the middle of February or the beginning of February. It's pretty odd. Usually when we come to Smith Lake, it's freezing cold or storm and rain. But we got a blessing this week, I think.
We definitely have, but I do feel like, Jason, that we will pay for that at Gunnersville in March. There'll probably be 9 feet of snow. You get 70-degree weather, 70-degree weather for the first ABT North. We're fixing to be. It's going to be a rough March for the state of Alabama.
Yeah. For sure, it will be. Ice and salting down the ramp.
Yep. Going to be 75 today forecasted. I mean, if you would have told me last year when the schedule came out that would be the case this first weekend in February at Smith, I would not have taken that bet.
Yeah, 2 years ago we were here, and I literally drove through an ice storm to get here through Huntsville. So I mean, it was terrible, and I couldn't imagine today being summertime basically. So we get it all here from the Smith. We've had flooding in the parking lot before, years ago. I mean, this place, you never know what you're going to get. It changes so much.
Jason, that's such a great point. There are lakes like Okeechobee in Florida that I've been to numerous times, and you hear a lot of anglers say it's never the same way twice. And that is true because the grass changes and different things. But I feel like Smith Lake is definitely that same type fishery where it is always different. Depending on the time of year you come here, but water levels differ. If you get a big rain, this place can change overnight. We get the dreaded fog from time to time here. There's always a variable that can be thrown your way at Smith. That's why it's one of the coolest tournament venues in the state of Alabama. And guys get a lot of bites, regardless of the time of year. A lot of fish get caught. It's a favorite of a lot of our anglers. It can be frustrating, like we said, that slot, very tricky at times, but such a great tournament venue.
This is the time of year to come here. If you're gonna go fishing, this is the time to come here because, summertime, this place turns into, wakeboard day, and ski boat day. There's every house on this lake today probably, maybe 25% populated because, these are all summer homes for a lot of people in Birmingham, and but man, right now it's just so calm and perfect time to come here and go fishing. This lake's really deep and really clear, and it's a live scope. Call it a live scope paradise. Just the opportunities here are so good just to learn a live scope, or if you see something on the screen, it's more than likely going to be a fish at this place, and it's going to be a bass.
Definitely a good place to come practice your live scoping skills if you are not very dialed at that. You can pick you up some mooch minnows or a new Strike King pinion minnow. Bring your live scope out here and like you said, you're going to see something pretty quick. There's so many bass in this lake. You get to scanning around, and something's going to swim by that Garmin.
Now, there are some pretty big stripe in this lake too. So
That's
getting lay into one of them.
Discriminate. That'll pull the drag a little bit. They're fun. I like catching those rascals.
Yeah, a little 8-pound test on a spinning reel. That'd be fantastic. Speaking of one of those drains, I'm sure the guys at home can hear water running, and they're probably like, where's this water coming from? I had this big drain. We talk a lot about Smith Lake fishing drains, and we had good rain this week. So these real highland lake here, real high banks, and the water tends to drain into these lakes. And you hear guys in the morning talk, let's go fish a couple drains and get started. And we've got one just in the back of this pocket here, and we've already got a boat on it. So fishing drains is a good way to catch a limit quick.
No doubt about it. These blueback herring and spots, stripers, they tend to kind of congregate in these drains, especially in the wintertime, but in the morning times, it seems like they, that is definitely a morning time pattern here. We see it time and time again. Bussey and Webb are kind of taking a two-pronged approach right now, though, Jason. I'm seeing that, of course, these drains with the water low, the docks are really close to the edge of the drains, but we're seeing them target the middle of the drain, but we've also seen them catch fish under docks so far also, right on the edge of the docks. Now, the live scope
almost kind of the same thing we're doing here.
We've seen a wacky rig and then, minnow-style baits. They just kind of alternate depending on what they come up on or where they see a fish.
Well, guys, we made a little tiny run. Boat number 203, Sean Camp and Craig C. And some Georgia boys. They said they've caught one in the slot, and they're jerk baiting right here near the dam. And Luke, I think my goal this morning is going to be I'm going to jump around and see how many guys I can cover down here on this lower end near the dam. There's so many people fishing kind of the same patterns. So I think it'll be easy for us to run around, for me anyhow. Y'all might be able to camp out on some local hammers, it sounds like, but I might try to cover a couple different people this morning.
I know what you're doing. You're going boat to boat asking for snacks. I've seen this routine before.
If they've got snacks, I'm trying to pull up on them and grab Sour Patch Kids or something. Hey, some people make this comment and say that live scoping is like spotlighting deer. This guy over here if Kenny will pan over to him. This guy actually has a spotlight on the front of his boat turned on. I don't know if the camera can even see that, but there's a spotlight turned on the front of his boat, actually. I don't really understand.
Somewhere
I bet he
on the
doesn't
internet,
realize that's there.
With that right there, somebody on the internet just broke their keyboard. Like somebody just said, it's just getting out of hand. An actual spotlight and live scope, somebody right now just punched the keyboard.
Yeah, 100%. That's our buddies over there, the Robinsons, Tracy and Dustin. So we'll have to catch up with them in a few minutes. And people at home, I know that I just mentioned, we just got started on live, and I mentioned that I'm going to try and jump around and cover as many people as we can. I always show this at all of our tournaments. We've got me, Luke, and Jason, all three have iPads, and you can see there's all the anglers who are fishing really just scattered out all throughout. I believe we've got around 40 trackers out of 225, so we don't have trackers on everybody. But if you're watching at home, comment below whoever you'd like us to go try and find, and we can, I mean, if their name's on this board, we can go find them. So not always, because there's going to be bad cell phone service, or some people may be way up a creek and we can't get to them necessarily, but drop your comments below if there's somebody you'd like us to go try to find, and one of the three of us will do our best to go find them. So I'm going to keep doing that. This is an easy job for me. I'll just zoom in on somebody, go right to where they're at. And if they got snacks, I will jump up on somebody's snack.
Just riding around looking for a breakfast casserole.
You exactly right.
Yeah. I was wondering why you didn't already have breakfast. Did you start the season last year with a breakfast casserole?
I did start the season with a breakfast casserole, but my boat captain last year had the breakfast casserole prepared for me. This, I don't know if Caleb knows how to make a breakfast casserole, so.
I was gonna say.
He's slacking.
Caleb's mom
He knows how to
probably
catch. Yeah, he knows how to catch every bass in the lake, but I don't think he's fully qualified on breakfast casserole. Yeah, I could be wrong. He may be a culinary specialist. I'll tell you what, one thing that's difficult for the people who are watching at home, when you're doing the job that me, Jason, and Luke are doing in a live scope tournament, you can be behind a boat and, you know, just maintaining proper distance. In one split second, they spin around at 100 miles an hour and throw straight at your face. Like, I feel like we're always kind of in the way, but, you know, we're not trying to be.
It's going to be even trickier
Yeah,
to
when you used to just say
water.
So I was just about to say, you used to say, well, just stay out in the middle. You'll stay away from those guys. Well, now that the water's pulled down so much, they'll turn around and fire one at you in a quick. And I'm in the middle of like 4 guys right now, so I'm like, okay, we're doing something wrong here probably.
And now, Kenny over here, we've got these guys. Looks like they're just straight fishing boat dogs. Oh, there's a Tennessee Vols flag and what is this?
Luke
This
put that
dock
up.
has a Tennessee
Luke put
Vols
that up.
flag. Montevallo, what's Montevallo's? Falcons? Montevallo Falcons flag, and it looks like an Alabama flag on the other side. And what is this one? This is the most confused people. I don't even know what this other flag is. Why do they have 4
Fish
different
on, fish
teams?
on, good one.
This is weird.
This is gonna be a good one. Nice rod bend in that one.
All right, I think Bussy and Webb are about to ski-daddle. We're fixing to make a move, guys. We'll see you in just a few.
All right, be safe.
Morning, how y'all doing? Y'all caught any yet?
We got one over.
Yeah? Are they biting pretty good in here?
A little slow. It'll bite a little better when the sun pops up.
Yeah. Did y'all have a good practice?
We catch 30 or 40 fish a day, just not any big ones.
Yeah.
2 4, 2 5s.
There you go.
We're probably not a threat to win.
Y'all are always a threat to win. And that's the father and son team of Robinson and Robinson, boat number 31. They said they're catching 30 to 40 fish a day in practice, but not a lot of big ones. Yeah, we jumped over and got with these other guys on the other side of this pocket, boat number 31. But he said they did catch 2 4s and 2 5s in practice. So if they could miraculously catch all 4 of those fish today, they'd be in good shape. I mean, that'd be 4 for 18 would be a solid.
Guys, we were fixing to leave. And Justin and Ben came sliding by and they immediately caught one that won't help. Right there, the dreaded slot fish. No, I've actually got all my stuff off just so I don't hinder y'all. Hooked up. Here we go.
He ain't very big either.
That's Bussy and Webb. Oh, this morning. That's better than a cup of coffee right there. Being close to the action right there. Ben and Justin are nice enough to let us get right here with them as they do their thing on Smith Lake. There we go.
They gotta get bigger.
We're number 3 right here.
249.
249 spotted bass. How much weight? What's your goal today? You think to take home 15 grand?
Take 18.
18 pounds?
18.
We'll be happy with,
We'll take 16,
north of 15,
17.
but
Okay.
I feel like we catch 17. I don't know.
Okay.
If they do like they've been
Yeah,
doing.
if the largemouth fire on the Coleman side, somebody might have 20. 15's a real solid bag right now. I think 17 gives you a legit.
So I think 17 pounds, 18 pounds gives you a chance. Said we could see a 20-pound bag today for largemouth fire. I don't disagree with that at all. They said 15 pounds is kind of hard to come by right now. So, and a lot of times at Smith it is. We see a lot of 12-pound bags, 13-pound bags, but those big separators are 14, 15. You'll hear me say that on the weigh-in stage a lot this afternoon. The great equalizer is, catching those 3-pound plus fish here to run that weight up, because everybody's going to catch fish today. This place is a healthy fishery, but catching those bigger bags is always the deal. We just appreciate Ben and Justin letting us be this close for the show this morning. Hooked up again. There we go. Ooh. Let's see if this one's gonna, he said might be one of them. Again, they gotta be under 13 or over 15. These guys want over 15s. There we go. 16 incher. Those are always welcome.
No. These are 19.
They gotta go today.
The 16's gotta go? Okay.
We've had over 17 2 days in a row.
Okay.
Today's a different day. I have been up here begging for a 16-incher.
Yeah, there's a lot of days 16 inchers are hard to come by on this pond.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we've high-fived over 16 inches.
Oh, ain't no
Oh,
doubt.
we've been talking about for the past 2 days. We're Pickwick guys, and that's the one lake we never get to fish, and they're catching 30 pounds every day.
Yeah, we're over here.
So you want me to file a complaint with Kay about the schedule, this not being on Pickwick after what?
I like the schedule. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, I like it. We just need to know which way the boat numbers are going.
Okay. Miss Kay, if you're listening, Justin and Ben need to know which way the boat numbers are going for the next tournament. Are they going up or down? Everybody's trying to calculate their boat numbers for the season.
It's gonna be nasty. The record's gonna fall tomorrow.
She told the guys at the 100s which way they were going, and you saw everybody started adding up to that third event, so they knew where they would be taking off at. See, math, the fishermen doing math is not a great thing sometimes. It's getting foggy up here.
Y'all just let me know if I need to slide a different direction. I know they're probably all over in here, but don't want to be in the way.
Fish on. Fish on. And that makes it 3. It must have been in the slot because it went back just as fast as it came out.
One thing we talk about a bunch when we watch these live scope tournaments or just fishing in general now that live scope is kind of taken over so much is the kind of the dynamic between the guy in the front of the boat and the guy in the back of the boat. You know, this morning we started on Fisher and Ryan, and both of them were staring at the screen, kind of making alternating casts, you know, at fish they're seeing on forward-facing sonar. Here we've got Dustin and Tracy. Dustin is in the front of the boat for the most part, running the live scope and looking around. He's casting at fish or using live scope, where Tracy in the back is just throwing a much bigger bait. I guess just looking for, you know, that big bite that's kind of random off the bank. And it's kind of an interesting dynamic. We've seen it a bunch throughout the, you know, all the tournaments that we've covered, but it's cool to see like how teams break down this new technology and how the team dynamic of it works. I know y'all are probably both really tight to guys, so you can't really talk too much about it, but it is really interesting to see that. Like, we talked about that last year. The Millers were fishing at Lake Martin, and one of them was fishing the bank, burning a spinnerbait, and the other one was just panning out looking for fish. And I don't know, it's just interesting to see that as technology changes, how the way that you fish changes as well. We're gonna just troll back here to the back, because there's another guy right here.
And the good thing about it in this event, where most other events, these guys are fishing, you know, other guys are fishing. This is a team event, so they're working together, you know. So, and the co-angler event, the guy in the back of the boat really feels like he doesn't have an advantage at all, you know. Where this event, you don't mind the guy in the front of the boat really kind of just going and scoping and scoping and scoping, and you just blind casting at times, you know, because you're still weighing the same fish at the end of the day. So, that's what makes team events so much better for live scoping.
Yep.
Well, I also think, guys,
well, like we just saw,
see it so much that the teams that do the best are the ones that work the best together, right? No matter the technique, whether they're live scoping or parallel on a bank cranking or fishing a ledge, the teams that know each other's strengths and benefit each other the best are the ones that are the most successful. That's like Bussy and Webb right here. Like, they work together so good. And every time we cover it, we just see why they're so successful.
Yeah, 1,000,000%.
I say that right now as Justin got hung on a dock.
Why we're not a professional.
I was just bragging on y'all. I was like, this is why these guys work so good together.
I thought
I
what
was
you were
doing
saying was that we need to swap.
I was bragging on y'all so much.
It bounced off that float, popped up here.
Oh, y'all should keep a camera.
There's like 10,000 people watching this right now too. No pressure.
There's no pressure, I don't care.
It don't matter, we're gonna catch them. It might take all day. You need to disassemble the dock.
I don't want to lose my head.
Guys, they could catch 12 5-pounders in a row. This is pretty great watching them figure out. I mean, just give each other a hard time over this. It's worth the price of admission this morning.
Ain't got to retie.
Oh, no, bull crap.
I'm just glad nobody yelled at us. I don't guilt by association. I ain't trying to get yelled at by a homeowner on Smith Lake this morning, guys.
We hadn't found Karen's dock.
They said they hadn't found Karen's dock yet. She's around here somewhere.
No doubt.
So we were actually going to slide out to go cover more teams, and with this water level low, I kind of mentioned this in the intro, but these areas are really tight. And Jason also mentioned it when they're live scoping. These guys are spinning around. You feel like you're in the way, but we were going to leave, and they came flying by us to come back out here, kind of where they started, because the boat was getting close. And that's when they caught those two fish that gave them number 3 and number 4, along with a couple of slot fish there. So we started covering them again, but we're not too far. We're going to give us an opening to kind of slip by here and not disturb their fish. And we're going to go find some other teams. appreciate everybody tuning in this morning. It's been fun so far here at Smith Lake.
We're still sitting here with a couple teams right now, just kind of working in this creek where we just started this morning, and went 1, 2, 3, 4. One of them just left, so we knew it would be a little crowded in here this morning. And Jordan said that when we were talking to him. He said, "Man, there'll be some other teams in there," and it's just these are known areas that a lot of guys fish in, and the good thing about it is they all share and they all work together, and nobody gets on top of anybody. Nobody has to start a fight and start yelling at each other. So we're just all here to catch fish today.
Yeah, so we
Darren,
we don't have it turned on.
I know.
Oh, you're just.
We need to drop a camera. So we
Oh
can
yeah, I know. Is there a bunch down there?
You catch one there once in a while.
Well,
We
for
got 2 solid keepers. We caught 7 or 8.
y'all right now?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Well, boat number 91. Hey, y'all won in 2016 with 22 pounds. Is that going to happen again today?
Wasn't doing this.
It was before
muddy.
this. This was before
It
this.
was muddy and a lot of fun.
Yeah. What was you caught a really big one that year, right?
8 pounds.
8 pounder. That's what I thought. I didn't know if it was 8 or 9. So it was a much different Smith Lake back then than it is now.
It was. Yeah, we had a lot of rain. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Was that the flood year? No, that wasn't the
It
flood
wasn't
year.
flooded. It was
Okay.
still, the water was still low.
Okay.
It was just, we'd had some rain the week before, got everything kind of dirty.
Gotcha.
So,
And it's gotten a lot more crowded nowadays.
Yeah.
That was back before everybody knew what's going on.
Yeah.
Back in the early days.
Yeah. Before you could just look down and see them, what was supposed to be going on.
yeah, that's right.
Well, they said they've got 2 good keepers, he said, and caught 7 or 8 fish. And that's kind of what we were talking about earlier. Used to, back when you fish a tournament like this or covered a tournament like this, and you see this entire pocket back here of boat docks, you could just assume that they were going to fish all of those boat docks and then fish back towards you. But what y'all just saw is they weren't even worried about the boat docks at all. They're fishing for fish on live scope. So they're looking out here in the middle and just panning the trolling motor head back and forth, looking for specific fish. And as soon as we get in a little bit close to them, they spun right around and threw straight at the boat. It's just totally changed now, and it's a little bit more difficult to cover guys because we've talked about it all the time, but you just feel sometimes like you're always in the way. But the other thing, like Luke just had recently with Bussy and Webb, they caught one right under, it sounded like they caught one right underneath them. So I don't think it matters. And you heard one of the 2 guys, Luke said, we don't have our live scope transducer turned on, and he said, oh, it don't matter. you know, I don't know if it's the fish are used to it or they actually just don't care, but you know, you still catch fish under other people's boats, like when it's a camera guy or something. And one thing that is Mark McKeag that was kind of talking about that pattern, but they were talking about before they won that tournament before LiveScope, and he said before everybody knew what the deal was. And I don't know if he was referring to the drains, but that's one thing that we talked about earlier is on Smith Lake, especially in the wintertime, the drains, you'll hear that said a ton, but basically every one of these really narrow, skinny pockets that leads into the very back, there's some sort of a water run in, whether it's creek or just like a little waterfall, and over time that'll wash all the way down to the deepest part of that channel, and those fish, it just creates a little gut down to the very bottom, a little ditch in the very bottom, and the fish will just pile up in that thing in the wintertime. And it's a pretty known local pattern to fish that way. But what they were saying is now that LiveScope is, you know, a thing and everybody's got it now, those fish aren't hidden anymore. There's no more secret about that. So when you go into a little pocket and you point your transducer to the back, now you see the fish that are there. And so I think what he was saying is it's probably a lot harder to win. Well, probably not harder to win, but you definitely have a lot more other anglers doing the same exact thing now than what it used to be.
Gonna make a run.
Yes, sir. Good luck. They're going to make a run, and I've already located another boat we can go chase. So we'll go to commercial, run over to commercial, and we will see y'all back in just a few minutes.
Commercial break. Slow.
The Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a Ned BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding so much.
Oh, yeah, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Head Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. This is just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
It's a new year at Jack's, so how about a new deal? Right now, get 2 chicken bacon wraps and fries for only $6. We're talking juicy, hand-breaded chicken fingers with mouth-watering crispy bacon. And your choice of honey mustard, homemade ranch, or BLT-style wrapped goodness. Saving money's never been tastier. So kick off your year with some Day or night, we'll feed you right. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome into the Alabama Bass Trail Studio. You are looking at a drone video this morning of Smith Lake Dam Park. This is where the takeoff and weigh-in will take place later on this afternoon. Starting the 12th season of the Alabama Bass Trail here at Lewis Smith Lake. Current air temperature is 62 degrees, water temperature 55.5. Foggy right now, but that should burn off rather soon. We're looking at 75 to 78 degrees today, so it's going to be a great day out on the water. I want to talk a little bit about what we've been facing all week. The guys have been practicing since around Tuesday. I was over here just a little bit earlier in the week, and the boat ramps were kind of full, but you expect that with the first tournament of the year. Everyone should weigh in today. If they have fish, they will come across the stage. They're trying to get to that $100,000 championship later on in October. But I do want to talk a little bit about Smith Lake. Full pool is 510 feet, and we're currently at 501, so still in that winter pool area. Got a lot of rain coming in next week, so I'm sure they've got the water pool down a little bit for that reason. Water temperature at the beginning of the week was in that mid-40s, so we've seen a huge jump in water temperature, and we hope that we'll see the fish get active. As you've seen with Justin Bussey and also with some of the other teams, Jordan Wiggins, the fish are active and they're getting the bites. They are falling in that slot limit, that 13 to 15 inch slot limit. It is one of the lakes in the state of Alabama that does have that slot limit. You cannot weigh a fish that measures within 13 to 15 inches. So if it hits that 13 mark, it must go over that 15 mark. We're watching right now Ben Webb and Justin Bussey with some of their catches. They are your 2024 Anglers of the Year. Their lowest finish in 2024 was right here at Smith Lake. I believe it was, like 12th place. So to have an entire season and your lowest finish being 12th place, they had a heck of a year out on the Alabama Bass Trail. Showed out at Lake Gunnersville, had a big bag of fish there. But these guys are fish catchers, and so we're excited to have them back and focused on them. There, I think, I'm trying to see. Yeah, that's still. Justin and Ben there. I'm trying to see the same team that we've been covering. So I know Luke, Darian, and Jason are out running around. I also want to thank the Chamber of Commerce of Walker County for being our host this year. 4th time we have started the season here at Smith Lake. And if you've never experienced the amount of volunteers and everything that they bring out to accommodate these fishermen, it is simply amazing. And it is what makes them one of the destinations that BASS, MLF, Alabama Bass Trail want to come to, because they make it so easy for an event holder to have events here. Temps have been warming all week. Water temperatures warming all week. That means the fish are going to get active and we're going to see some big catches. A lot of live scoping going on, but I think you're going to see some guys go to the bank too, just because the water temps being up so much. We're going to get back out on the water. We're going to get back. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and let y'all see what Darian, Luke, and Jason talked about this morning before we got on the water, and then we'll later see if it translates. So we're going to roll the tape and see what they had to say this morning.
All right, guys, we're at stop number 1, Smith Lake at the ABT North, and look, they're going to catch them.
For sure.
There's no doubt of that at all. I know that y'all have some opposite baits than me, but look, I'm going old school shaky head today with a janitor worm. The one-day tournament, somebody's gonna sneak in the back of one of them pockets, bushes are up on the bank a little bit, the water's down. I'm going janitor worm on a shaky head as my bait to win today.
I'm going Strike King pinging minnow because we're going to see a lot of pinging.
A lot of pinging today
out there.
What is this?
This sucker's got a little tail for kind of doing that little minnow pinging, but also more like a swim bait style. And I feel like that's going to get some bites from these big spots today.
Fair enough.
Jason.
Well, I think we all know that this is the place. If you ever want to come live scope, this is the place. Super clear, super deep. Got a little rain in the forecast earlier this week. Hopefully that helps us a little bit. But I'm going to go with the mayor because I believe it's going to take the mayor to win it today.
I can see that.
What do you think, 19 pounds?
I think 19 is going to be
19 pound of spots on that is going to be a big day.
It's going to be fun. I hope I get to cover it.
We're going to do it. Let's go see them.
There you go. Jason, Luke, and Darian giving their picks for the baits that you're going to see play today. I know that Jason, Luke, and Darian have set up on new teams. We're going to go out to Luke Duncan and see who he's covering right now.
We're on boat 38 here. Willis and Kike are champions here at Smith Lake in the past. And we made just a little run around the corner to find these guys after leaving Justin Bussey and Ben Webb put on a show for us this morning. We appreciate the 2024 ABT Anglers of the Year for being so accommodating this morning. But now these are some fish catchers. And they have been in this area, judging by the tractor, for really since the beginning of the event this morning. So fishing a lot deeper than we've seen some of the other teams as we've been running around. And as Kay mentioned it there, there's a lot of different patterns at play today. Yes, you're going to hear live scope, because this lake just really plays into the live scope pattern. With these fish suspending this clear water, you got a lot of deep standing timber on this lake from when the lake was impounded. So it really does just set up for live scope. But man, we've seen a lot of people as we ran around getting up on the bank as well. And I think if we could see some sun at some point, that's really going to help position some of those fish under some of the mini boat docks that are on Smith Lake. And you're going to see some fish get caught under those today. And we were talking to some teams last night, Darren and I at the hotel. They're like Stephen McAvoy, Josh Butts. There's going to be some largemouth caught at some point today on the bank. It's just a matter of time. Unfortunately, during our live coverage, though, as Jason mentioned earlier, and Darian both, service can be an issue in some of the largemouth areas, and we're seeing the tractors. We've got some guys off the grid that unfortunately we will not get to cover today because when we get to them, you're not going to be able to see it due to cell phone coverage. So I think some of the largemouth could come from those kind of areas today.
Luke, you hit it spot on. Obviously there's going to be a lot of live scoping. There's going to be a ton of live scoping going on, but even we pulled up on Jake Kendrick and Chuck Hughes, and they've got, I was honestly glad to see what they're doing. They started out old school shaky head. I felt like it's a 2010 right now. Not looking at he's looking at the screen, but he's not, we ain't scoping over here. We're fishing. And honestly, I like seeing that. And the funny thing, right after we came out of our morning predictions, I was talking about a shaky head worm this morning, and I don't know if that's the same exact worm they were throwing, but they had something rigged up on a shaky head, at least for temporarily. Now we've got a little switch up of jerkbait action going on, but. Well, guys, how was practice?
Darren, I think we're
pretty good. Yeah. What about weight-wise? Yeah. So that's definitely going to be above average. If 15 or 16 is not, if it's not above average, we got to.
That's 15 or 16 with all of our fish being about the same size. One bite changes that to 17 or 18.
That's right.
This is old school. You wouldn't believe how we caught them in practice.
I'd love to know if you're willing to share.
Flip
Really? Oh. He said if this is old school, you should see what we did at practice. And I don't know how accurate this is, but Miss Kay just said it's your birthday today.
It is.
Happy birthday.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. That's what we were just talking about when you rolled up.
Well, that would be a good birthday present. I would sing to you, but that'd be a little odd.
That's all good.
Do it. Do it, Darian. Sing. You won't. Come on, Darian.
Come on, Darian.
Come
Sing
on,
it up
Darian.
for us
Sing
one
it.
time.
Come on, Darian. Come on. Man
I'll
of
start
all
with
your
it.
talent's been on national television. Shark Tank. Come on.
To you.
Hit it.
Happy
Hit it.
birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jake and Jerry. Happy birthday to you. That was a dare from Luke and Jason just out in my ear, by the way. I would have never done that in real life.
Let's go ahead and check those viewership numbers now, guys. Did they plummet? Yeah, they plummeted.
Hold on, I got a call from Nashville coming in actually right now. I think this could be my music deal coming in. Gee,
Nashville,
y'all take me off
Arkansas.
the air real quick. Let me take this call.
Nashville, Arkansas, for sure, buddy.
Nashville, Arkansas. Hey, Darren, I just heard you singing. I was just wanting to hook you up with a deal.
Yeah. Hi, Darren. Darren, we'd like to get you on the regular old Opry out here in Nashville, Arkansas. Ain't nothing grand about it.
Darren, we wanted to get you signed, get you to do some cassettes for us, if you don't mind. Oh, boy.
Y'all remember when we said it's going to be sunny at 75? We said that too much.
Guys, I don't know if y'all see this everywhere y'all are, but we've got a little schooling action going on over here where we are. I mean, we're throwing top water
Jason,
earlier.
We are not seeing the school in action. Are they catching them on top?
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool. I haven't had a bite all morning. I've been throwing at them this whole time.
Just fishing and
Yeah, they're back to live skipping right now, but these two teams in here have had them busting the top of the water quite frequently. While we were at commercial break, it was pretty exciting for a moment there.
It's wild to be at a lake where you can catch them on top water in February.
So this team did catch a fish when we first pulled up on them and got one in the box. It's pushing 3, if not a little over. They caught it right off the edge of that dock right there.
That's gonna be a good one to weigh in.
Yeah, that's what you need 5 of those.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. This has absolutely nothing to do with this, with the topwater action, but it's fun talking about topwater in February. I was with Jordan Lee one time. I don't exactly know what we were shooting, but it was some sort of content day at Gunnersville, and he pulled a frog rod on braid, put it on the front deck of his boat, and it was miserably cold. gloves, you know, layered up. And he says, I'll never come to Guntersville without a frog tied on the deck. And I don't know if he's joking or what, but I know that he threw it that day, and it was in January, freezing cold, and still had a frog on the deck. A little top water action.
I mean, I guess that's like Luke, you know, he doesn't mind eating a little ice cream in December and January, I'm sure, you know, so.
No, Luke will eat a little ice cream in January. Luke's on a diet now, though. He does fat-free ice cream. He'll do, what is it, goat milk ice cream. Vegan.
He makes it at home, probably.
Gluten-free. Yeah, he makes it at home.
Let's not get that crazy. Let's not get that crazy. You know, we tell this Marissa we on a diet, but we'll still have us some ice cream every now and then, or a Jack's milkshake. I'm not bashful. I got to keep that stuff honest. It's like checking all the patterns going on the lake at one time. I can't just eat rabbit food all the time. If I don't show up at Jack's for a milkshake every now and then, they think something's wrong with me. They'll file a missing person report.
So Luke's your guy that will throw a frog in January, Guntersville.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I will have a bowl of ice cream, but I will not have an ice cream sundae. I will not do it. I will not have an ice cream sundae.
Not even on Saturday?
I would have one on Saturday. I would do a Sunday on Saturday, but I will not do one in the week. During the week. Yeah. Well, now that we got Luke back over here, I think I'm going to leave the birthday man alone, and we've got some other boats that are just running back in here towards the dam, so we're going to go check on these fellas, and we'll be right back in some more action.
Well, these guys here, boat 129, are hanging in at this dock right here. They're not giving up on it. I guess that they're seeing something they want to hang with. You know, these fish were busting the water earlier right in here. I guess they know that fish are active. But there is a drain to their left back in the little pocket back there. Good little waterfall coming in. I know you can probably hear that sauce cranking up in the background. They're like building a new house up here. So a lot happening here this early at Smith Lake. Folks at home, I know you want to hear what these guys are doing. You probably want to hear them talk a little bit about what's going on, but you know, they're so close to fishing to other teams. Don't feel like I could just say, hey, tell us what you're throwing, how things going, how it's practice, how many did you catch in here? I mean, they're literally 100 yards from another team, so we're just going to sit back here and watch and just kind of let us see the action of what they're doing, let the story be told just by watching. So not a whole lot happening from the conversation, I understand, but they do have a 3-pounder in the boat, and that's the kind of fish we're targeting today. So I feel like the potential is there to be able to catch another one. So we're fishing off that dock, using a live scope. I can almost see the screen on the live scope from here. There, oh.
Well, we've caught back up with Ryan and Fisher. We haven't got close enough to see or talk to them yet, but I did just see Ryan caught one and put it in the box and gave a thumbs up. And then as soon as he did that, Fisher missed or set the hook. I don't know exactly what happened, but as we get in closer, we'll talk to him. But we just got a text that we've got 89 people watching on Facebook Live right now and 300 on YouTube. And I think that would be a perfect time, since we're on the Crush City man himself. Look, here's one of Fisher and I's secrets, and I'm just gonna go ahead and give it up. He talks about the mooch minnow all the time. Every tournament he's done good in, he talks about the mooch minnow. And I believe Miss Kay's got a bunch of them to give away. So we're gonna do an ABT hat and a pack of mooch minnows. I'm gonna hopefully, I didn't ask Miss Kay if she minded that I did this last time or not, but I'm just gonna do it again. They gave us these hats to wear and these to talk about, but I'm gonna give it away because I wanna do that. If you're watching on Facebook, comment below the weight that you think it's gonna take to win. And also please share this video. That's gonna, if you get the weight right, but you didn't share it, you're not gonna be able to win. If you're on YouTube, we got 300 people. Thank y'all for watching. Just comment below what you think the weight's gonna be. After the tournament, we're gonna look back through all the comments and, find our winners. And I guess somebody could just comment 100 times and start at 15 pounds and put 15.1, 15.2, 15.3 and rig the whole thing. I don't know. Maybe we should limit your number of guesses to 5. I don't know. 5. We'll do 5. So comment below what you think it's going to take to win, and you'll get a pair. Hey, if Fisher wins this tournament, I'll even get him to sign your mooch minnows for you. There you go. That's the unofficial rules. We do not have a legal team to approve our rules, and so if there's any disputes, I represent the Alabama Bass Trail in this event, not Darian Craig or Y'all Sweet Tea. Take that up with Kay.
Darren, I got my guess in there, 1807. What you thinking, weight-wise?
You think 1807? I'm gonna go touch. I think I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
touch
I put it in the
Bucky,
comments,
man.
and I shared already. So.
Oh wow, I haven't shared yet. I haven't even done my.
I didn't
rules.
see you doing that. I mean, come on. I want that hat.
Somebody. Yeah, I want the hat too. I think I'm definitely gonna keep the hat. I don't know if this is an appropriate time to jump into our Crush City Customs lure breakdown, or if we want to do that later, but I feel like it'd be a good time. I mean, we're talking about giving away this mooch minnow. We're on Mr. Moochie himself, which is what nickname I'll call Fisher every now and again. Fisher's, I think, look, he's lucky because he's got a Crush City wrap now, and I think they hooked him up with these like a year early because he was talking about this thing before anybody even knew what it was called. But this is the mooch minnow. This is something that a lot of the guys we've seen this morning. Fisher just looked at me and put his finger on his mouth and said, "Don't tell my secret." But I'm sorry, Fisher, we have to. This is the mooch minnow. It's a little bitty shad-looking bait. You put it on a jig head and it's perfect for live scope. And that's what you got. I don't know how well the camera's gonna be able to see that, but just a little bitty minnow bait, and you put it on just a jig head, really light line on a spinning rod. A lot of this, oh, Ryan's got one on right now. Perfect timing. We'll see what we're interrupting the segment here, but to show a fish. Little one. All right, back to the segment. Little line on a spinning rod, the mooch minnow, you put it on just a little bitty jig head, you're scanning with the live scope, looking back and forth, throw exactly onto a fish, and that's what they're chasing, little bitty bait, and this thing's perfect for it. They kept it a secret for a long time. Jacob Wheeler, Dustin Connell. Didn't Dustin won a really big, what tournament did he win on this thing? Do you remember that? Was that the beginning of last year? Toledo Bend, I think? I don't know. Dustin Connell won something on this, probably a lot of things on this. But that's the Mooch Minnow by Crush City, Rapala, designed by Jacob Wheeler, and the whole crowd's using it. So y'all can go over to Academy and grab these today. And if you comment the win and weight, you'll probably win a free signed pack. We might get our boat captain to sign it too. If Fisher doesn't win, heck, me and Luke and Jason will sign them. We'll get Miss Kay to sign it. So there you go. Luke was just asking me in my ear, I don't know if Luke's on screen right now, but he was asking me, how do I do so good on these bait breakdowns? And I don't mind sharing. I'll give Luke some tips. I will say that yesterday, me and Luke went fishing on another lake, not here, and Luke absolutely caught more fish than me on a mooch minnow yesterday.
Fish on.
Smoochy moochy. Fisher says they need to grow about 3 pounds. Have y'all got 5?
We got
3. Was my breakdown of the mooch minnow pretty accurate?
Looks like this one's going to go in the box as an under, so that probably gives them pushing 4 pounds, I guess, at this point. We need more than that for sure today.
Oh, missed. I just got a text from our cameraman Noah, who says that next week he thinks that the Crush City guys are coming to film some sort of series with Fisher. And so I would imagine they're going to catch some fish. I don't know where they're going or what they're going to be doing, but I do imagine that Miss Kay would probably share that whenever it's finally edited and posted, so y'all can see an in-boat, up close and personal breakdown of whatever Crush City baits they work on. I would imagine Miss Kay is going to share that on Facebook, and y'all can see even a more detailed view of what Crush City's got. So if you're not following the ABT, make sure you go to Facebook, follow Alabama Bass Trail, so whenever that content comes out, you can see it. Learn a little bit more than just hearing me, Luke, and Jason talk about it.
I've been up there. Most of it. Big old stick. That looked good for a second, though. If you look around at these docks, you notice that they're really way down. So like the walkways that go out to them are kind of on like a pivot, or they swivel. So when the water rises up, the docks just float up, and that ramp or that walkway just kind of floats up with it. So when you come to Smith Lake and you see all the docks way down like that, you know that the water's way down, and the fish are really all kind of compacted back here and stacked up in some of these pockets, and you get this fresh water kind of coming in from all these banks, from all the rain we've had this week. It kind of clouds it up a little bit, or muddies it up, dirties it up a little bit, and makes it a little easier for these guys to move around and get to these fish, because Smith Lake is so clear. I mean, just crystal clear. If you come on a sunny day and you back down at the ramp and you look down, you can see the end of the ramp that's 15, 20 feet down when you back the boat off, and it's just so clear here. So anytime you get a little rain, it just helps anglers be able to get around the fish a little closer, because it doesn't spook them as easy. So we really wanted that this week, and we got some rain this week, so we got a little bit of stain to the water. If we go up some of the creeks, you'll notice that it'll get a little dirtier as we go. It clears up down here a little quicker, but you notice these banks are gravel, clay, sandy banks, so that tends to dirty up, but then it'll clear up really quick after that. So that dock that you see behind them right there, I mean, you see that walkway, the angle of that walkway. Normally in the summertime, that'll either be level or be high, so it'll pivot up too. And right where that dock is kind of where the water level typically is, up at the very top up there, at the end of that ramp, in full pool in the summertime. Big transition for this lake throughout the winter. Looks like these guys are going to kind of, I thought maybe they were letting that dock rest for a second. They had seen some fish on it. They kind of come back over here too. Maybe the fish have set up better now. That's where they caught that 3-pounder earlier. Trying to stay out of the way. I mean, a little teeny tiny bait, little tiny.
Short run to service when we first found them just a few minutes ago, and they've got 3 fish in the box right now. They're working the kind of 1-2 punch, Darian, that you mentioned. Zeke's hooked up on a swim bait. I was just fixing to say that 1-2 punch. fishiest dudes in the state of Alabama, in the country, but definitely here on the Alabama Bass Trail. They absolutely pound them. Zeke, part of the 2023 North Angler of the Year team. Nice one right there. It's going to be number 4. They barely missed winning the ABT 100 Angler of the Year last year. They were able to get a win. Whitesley had a 2nd place at Logan Martin last year in the ABT 100s together. Now this year they're fishing the 100s and the North and the South together as a team. Dangerous duo.
How was practice in here?
We didn't have a good practice.
Yeah.
I mean, caught little ones everywhere. Not a really good practice.
Yeah. You got off to a good start though. That's one that helps for sure.
Maybe 4 more days.
That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? That's definitely a goal.
Yes, sir.
Good luck, guys. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, man. Thank you, guys.
As those guys kind of drift off a little bit, we're going to slide in behind, I think it's boat 106 or boat 109. We'll get us a number here in just a second. Boat 106 right there. Live scoping side by side out here in the middle. We've watched these guys for a minute. But you see how close we are today. Have not seen them put one in the box, but they pulled in earlier when we first got here, and they've kind of bounced around, fishing points, fishing docks. They were the ones kind of fishing the ones that were schooling for a little bit off the end of this point. Just kind of kept their head down most of the day. Can you get that waterfall? So we're going to pan over here to the right and show you kind of what we talk about. We talk about drains and we talk about fresh water coming in. I think the cameraman's got a pretty good view of the waterfall back there. And a lot of guys ran in here, 2 guys ran in here to that spot this morning just to try to get a limit. And that's one thing you do here at Smith Lake. Let's go get a limit and then let's go upgrade. And fresh water coming in brings the bait, brings the herring back there. And it gives them a little bit of activity to work with, to start with in the morning. So if we can get us a limit quick, that's something we want to do here. And then we kind of pull back out to what we're doing now. We're just out here in the middle, trying to live scope some up. If we can't get a limit doing that, we'll come out here and do this. And then you'll see a lot of guys will go to the bank after that and really start to fish for hopefully largemouth and trying to upgrade that limit to pushing towards that 20-pound mark. Well, there goes a gunshot. Dustin and Jonathan, tell us what's going on today.
Well, we're trying to get on live before. That's like they say to do 10 minutes. We got some pretty good ones in that case this past weekend. It seems like all the pressure out here is pushing over there. They're just following it this morning.
It was nice to see them busting a little bit this morning, too.
We started on them docks. Later in the day, yesterday, we caught some up under some docks, with a deco and stuff. It's just been tough on us.
Yeah. Well, hang in there. Keep that head down. Yes, sir. And Dustin and Jonathan, they're sharing that they had a pretty good practice in here doing a couple different things, and the pressure's kind of pushing fish around. You got to kind of fish that pressure a little bit, and it kind of tends to change on tournament day sometimes, and adjustments is what it's all about, and they're going to make some adjustments and keep their head down, and they know they're around the fish. They just got to get them to bite. We've seen some fish catches, and they've seen those fish catches around them too, so they know they're around the fish. They just got to get to doing the right thing to catch them. Well, I think we got Darian back in service. He's pulling up on another team. Darian, tell us that new area you're in and what's going on over there on your side of the lake.
Yeah, so we're kind of in this. We're in the same area, but we're just bouncing around. There's a bunch of different boats around here, and we saw a boat across the creek from where we just were, right down by the dam. Boat number 186, Jack Pratt and Nick Pratt. And we came over and asked him how it was going, and he said, well, not so great. We've got some motor problems. But we haven't asked any questions yet. Did the motor problems happen this morning?
No, it happened yesterday.
Yeah.
We got towed in. We're just using our trolling. We've been using our trolling motor on board.
Yeah. So y'all got two fish just trolling around.
Yep.
Do you know what happened to the motor?
I think it's something to do with the lower unit.
Gotcha. So.
I don't know. It's pretty new. It didn't take long.
Yeah. Not what you want on a.
No, not ideal.
Not ideal, but I mean the good thing is there's a lot of fishing. I mean around this area. Brent Ayler won an FLW tournament in this same area, so there's definitely a lot of fish around here. Y'all said you've already got two?
Mm-hmm.
So
it's slow.
Yeah, very slow. Well, the good thing is you don't have to make any crazy decisions about where to run to. Just grind and fish.
We're getting some pretty decent fish yesterday.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And those you can't get to?
It'd take us a long time.
Yeah.
It'd take us a long, long time. Seems like a lot of people stayed up here though this morning.
Yeah, a lot.
Doing the trail, it's great.
Yeah. This is your first year?
It's our first year.
Yeah, man, it's awesome.
Chattanooga. So.
Yeah. Cool to come down there. I heard this morning there's somebody from California fishing.
Somebody from California?
Yeah. I haven't got a ton of information on it, but yeah, Miss Kay said there's somebody from California fishing. So if this is your first, are you looking forward to one tournament specifically, or just the whole trail?
We're probably more familiar with Gunner.
Yeah.
We don't live but about a little bit over an hour.
Yeah. That one's going to be a big weight tournament.
Oh yeah, and it's actually in March.
Yeah.
It always is.
Yep. No.
They definitely are in Chickamauga. About what we got now.
Yep. Yep. Luke, I caught up. I don't know if you're running, but we kind of trolled across this creek to another boat that was fishing, and we pulled up on him and asked how it was going. He said, well, not so good. We can't run. We got motor problems. So they had to get towed in yesterday, and he said that they were on some pretty good fish yesterday. They just can't. He said it'd take us a long time to get there today. So wish these guys a lot of luck on fishing probably new water, but at least they're in a good area. There's down here by the dam, there's a lot of fish to be caught. But who have you caught up with?
Well, I'm here with Zeke and Ethan still. We had to check some batteries on a mic pack real quick, so we dipped out. And Darren, I don't know if you could hear me earlier, I said right when we pulled up on them, Zeke caught one on a swim bait out of the back of the boat. You got Ethan from the live scope thing, and now they're both kind of looking at the screen, sharing the live scope. These teams that work the best together are always the most successful teams, and they do have a solid game plan. They're very rarely just always doing the same thing. You know what I mean? So we see it with these guys. They're super successful out here. But now Zeke did tell me, I had said to him when we were changing batteries, I said, you know, it did my heart good to see that Sunday night. He goes, yeah, that wasn't the right side. He goes, that was good today.
Some mic troubles with Luke. I don't really know what happened, but I do know that he said Zeke Gossett was headhunting in the back of the boat, which is always a good thing, because Zeke is a certified headhunter. We left those guys, and the area that we're in, we've basically just idled or trolled from boat to boat. I mean, you can see two boats right here. One there, Fisher and Ryan are there. There's a lot of boats in this area, and I don't remember the year, but I'm gonna say, I don't know, Luke could definitely fact check me on this, but Brent Ayler won sometime around 2013, I'm gonna guess, in here. That was probably before that, actually. I bet it was 2012. Hey guys, what's y'all's boat number? What's your 125? Oh, 45. Okay. Y'all got any fish? Just put them in the box. Boat number 45. Tim Griffith, David Earse. Says they just put one fish in the box, and we've got some serious scoping going on out of the front. I don't know exactly what's going on in the back. Looks like it may be a retie from a fish catch. I'm gonna guess he's throwing a shaky head out of the back of the boat, and probably had some line damage from these rocky banks on a shaky head is my guess. Look, one thing I know for certain, and Jason and Luke will have to fill me in on this in a little bit, and I've fished Smith Lake a long time, but as of today, if I was going to come to Smith Lake, pretty much it looks like some sort of a jig head minnow and some sort of a green pumpkin worm is going to get you some bites. And if you want to mix in a jerkbait, that'd probably be smart too. Just a shad color jerkbait. No, we got all scoping going on. Shad color jerkbait, some sort of a jig head minnow, and some sort of a green pumpkin worm rigged on a shaky head or wacky rig. If I was going to carry 3 rods with me, that's what it would be, because that's literally the only thing we've seen today. And Mark McKeag was throwing something a little bit sneaky and old school that we're not going to talk about. We'll say that. These guys are headed back where we came from, so I'm just going to keep on headed this way to this marina. Well, I'm going to do that right after a break. I'm going to go set up on these guys and take us to a break. Thank y'all for watching wherever you're at. Go grab a cup of coffee. We'll have a break and we'll be right back.
The Alabama Bass Trail is sponsored by Rapala, VMC, Crush City, TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
Thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great, and I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, Our salespeople fish. Our suppliers fish. Our mold builders fish. Our owners fish. And our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
It's live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Garmin, Power Pole, Mountain Dew, Yamaha.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Things you let me see. Things you let me see.
Jack's here. Sorry in advance if the following makes you hungry. But right now, get 2 chicken bacon wraps with fries for only $6. That's hand-breaded, sizzling, and tasty goodness that won't break the bank. We're Jack's, and that's a wrap.
Welcome back to the first stop of the Alabama Bass Trail North Division for 2025, Smith Lake, Jasper, Alabama. Air temp is currently 62 degrees and climbing. We're expecting 75 to 78 degrees today. Water temperature is in that mid-50s. It is warming up quickly from the beginning of the week to now. So we're ready for the sun to come out, burn off some of the fog, and hopefully get these fish active. I know Willis and Kiker said they needed a little bit of sun, so we'll hopefully have that here in just a few minutes. We're going to get back out on the water soon. I do want to remind everyone the weigh-in does start at 3 o'clock today here at Smith Lake Dam. If you're planning on coming out, and we hope that you are, you'll bring your lawn chairs. We don't have any bleacher seating at this location, so please make sure to bring your lawn chairs. We would love to have you out here at Smith Lake Dam. We will be live streaming beginning at 3 o'clock, so if you can't make it out, be sure to tune in either on Facebook, on alabamabasstrail.org, or on YouTube at Alabama Bass Trail TV. But Jason is out with boat 139. That's Roman and Shannon Calvert, so we're going to get back out on the water. These are local hammers on this lake. Let's see what they've got. Jason?
Well, Miss Kay, I think it's boat 149. Mitch Mitchell and Candler McCollum, from what I can tell from here, based on what the trackers I see. So don't know how many fish they got. We just pulled up on them. We kind of moved down the lake, just one pocket basically. Looks like they're doing the same thing everybody was doing in the other pocket, just kind of live scoping out here in the middle, where all these fish are probably just stacked up around these docks and around these drains and deeper water. So water temp sitting here is 55 degrees, and it goes from like 20 foot to 9 foot to 2 foot. Just every little point kind of coming in here. All these little fingers feed down, and they're all kind of different stuff going on. So fish are a lot to get on in this area. It's really got to use your live scope to kind of pick them out and go after the fish you want to catch. So that's what we're doing here, just taking our time and bouncing around a little bit. I hear some boats moving around, and sun's starting to show. Like Miss Kay was saying, the fog's getting burnt off, and made a bait change real quick, so must have saw something on the live scope. Now we're looking at a team that is a winning team. They have won many, many years on the ABT. They've won Wheeler, they've won Neely, they've won Pickwick, and they've won Weiss. They are no strangers to the leaderboard. We just want to add Smith Lake to that list today. Very intensely looking at the live scope and taking the very slow retrieve. I think Darian's made another move, caught up with another boat. Darian, what you got?
Yeah, to tell y'all the whole truth, I thought I've been on for the past about 10 minutes. We've been chit-chatting and talking about all kind of fishing stuff, and we weren't even on live the whole time. But we're with boat number 211. They've got one fish right now, 2.5 pound spotted dog, and hey, sounds like they had a bunch of different mishaps. We got a live scope transducer that wasn't able to be mounted because of a screw broke loose, and some battery issues during practice. Some work schedules weren't able to come practice enough, but they did find a little school of fish here, and we've got a Carolina rig being thrown for the first time today that I've seen. And we were just talking about how the Carolina rig is almost a lost art nowadays, but they're full force using it this morning.
Sounds like they've had all the bad luck they need, and today's just going to be a good luck day.
Today's the I don't mind having bad luck throughout the day as long as the good luck is you win the tournament.
That's right.
Jason, I just clicked over on Facebook Live to watch, and I see that the legend, the Smith Lake legend himself, has just graced us with his presence online. That is Jesse Crank Wiggins. And I did his impersonation earlier of his. Now, I would eat ice cream on a Saturday, but I absolutely will not eat an ice cream Sunday during the week. Now, unless it is my birthday, then I would eat one. I would eat one on my birthday if it's during the week.
Oh, we caught up with his brother earlier this morning.
Yeah.
And watched him catch a couple fish in there with us, And
yeah.
Go ahead.
I wish there was a way we could FaceTime Jesse in somehow and just get his opinion of what's going on. We're not going to be able to do that, but that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, he probably could tell us some secrets right now. Probably wouldn't want to tell them though.
He wouldn't tell us the secret. He could tell us some secrets, but he would not tell us the secret.
Yeah. Speaking of ice cream sundaes and birthdays, I think you had a birthday this week, didn't you?
Yeah, I did have a birthday.
Did you have an ice cream on your birthday?
I did have a little ice cream on my birthday. Some strawberry cake and a little bluebell. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, you're kicking it from way back. What was it, 96, I think it was?
94, brother.
94, I'm sorry, 94. Okay.
Yeah.
Kicking it from way back. Old school in it, from 94.
Yeah.
Clouds are coming back in.
I actually don't remember the specifics of the story I'm going to tell, and I would hope that Miss Kay could chime in on this later on. But one of the very first ABT championships, I don't necessarily remember when it was, but it was here on Smith, and it was Jesse and Jordan were fishing together, and that was kind of the beginning of their tear that I remember as far as like Facebook's concerned, where you're just always seeing Jesse and Jordan winning everything. And the championship was here in the fall, 2-day tournament, and I actually don't remember if they won it or if Craig and Jackie won it. I actually think that Craig and Jackie won the tournament, but I remember, if I remember correctly, and I'd love to get their response on this, but if I remember correctly, they were gonna, I think that Jesse had qualified for the elites that year, or something to that extent. They said if they won, they were going to sell the boat to be able to pay for the elites or something like that. It was a really cool story, but yeah, the entry fee or something like that. And it was just like the really, not going to say the kickstart of Jesse's career, because obviously he had a kickstart before that, but I just remember it was like a really special moment for them too. Kay, do you remember that?
I do remember that. 2014 was the first year of the Alabama Bass Trail, and Craig and Jackie did win. I'm trying to pull the results up now to give you a little bit more insight on that. But when you think about the likes of Jesse Wiggins, the Justin Atkins, the Dustin Cannells, and all of those that had really cut their teeth on the Alabama Bass Trail and moved on and got 2 Red Crest titles with Dustin. Justin Atkins won the Forest Wood Cup. Jesse's fished the Bassmaster Elite Series, now fishes the BPT. We've had several guys make that jump. Wesley Gore is the recent Bassmaster Elite Series guy that came from the Alabama Bass Trail, but it's really cool to see those guys make that jump and go to that next level. And then when you turn around and you talk about the young man that traveled from California, to fish with us this year. His buddy and him grew up in Wisconsin. They went their different ways, but they joined back up to fish the Alabama Bass Trail this year. So just stories like that make the Alabama Bass Trail so special. And it is cool to see people like Jesse. And I have a feeling if he's here today, if he's in the area, we'll see him at the weigh-in today.
For sure.
I would like to hear Haley's take. I don't know about y'all, but I love it when Haley does her tackle tip.
Hey, maybe if Jordan wins it, I was going to say, if Jordan wins, maybe we could get a little family reunion of a breakdown video. Jesse, Jordan, and Haley.
Our internet is struggling back here in the live studio, but
Jesse a few years ago on the MLF, and they were just kind of talking about them growing up here and fishing here, and fishing with their dad. And there was a story where one of them had fallen over the edge, and that dad reaches over and basically grabs a hold of the diaper and puts them back in the boat. I mean, that's how little and young they were starting here and fishing this lake. So the history they have here is so cool, and just they know every rock probably on this lake, and probably have fish named that live around them. So I mean, these guys they're really good. Just really good to see them grow up here and do well, and it's good to start on them this morning to see them catch a couple fish too.
Jason, we're going to move across this creek real quick. Just hang on, we'll be right back.
So they finished third in that event.
They finished third, and that's 2014, the first championship. And at the time, for those of you new to the Alabama Bass Trail, at the time we gave away a Phoenix bass boat, a 618 Phoenix bass boat, and we did that for 3 years, and then now it's a $50,000 cash prize for first place. But yeah, super cool looking at some of those names. It's just cool to see guys that still fish with us.
And we got a classic champ fishing the 100s.
Classic champ, and he started with Alabama Bass Trail. Justin Hamner fished with us way back in the day until he went to the Elite Series, and now still fishes the ABT 100. And I was looking here, there's Justin Atkins. He finished in like 15th place during that tournament. Gosh, just lots and lots and lots of names when I look down through this list. People that's fished with us since the beginning. When you look at this last year on Lay Lake, Joe Lee and Nicholas Turner, they fished with us in 2014. A lot of long-term Alabama Bass Trail champions that are still with us. It's just super cool to see that.
Got a lot of history for sure. A lot of sticks that cut their teeth on the Alabama Bass Trail. Went on to fish other events and win big things, and still consider the Alabama Bass Trail home, and still love the Alabama lakes that we fish every year.
Jesse and Jordan were Angler of the Year in the North Division in 2016. So. A lot of, like I said, you've got, there you go, Tim Hurst and Mark McKegg. Just a lot of guys that still stuck in here and still loyal to the Alabama Bass Trail. Philip Bailey Dukes. I said this morning in Blast Off, I think I've watched Bailey fish since he was in the 9th grade. Just super cool to watch our family grow, and just love reminiscing through some of these names here. Smith Lake is certainly a very special lake on our trail. We've started here, this is our 4th time, and I mentioned the volunteers and everything that they do to make it a special event, and it is one to be a part of, that's for sure.
And I was saying earlier, Smith Lake will really, you never know what lake you're going to get when you show up here. We've had flooding in the parking lot, snowing in the parking lot, hot days, cold days. Just, it changes so much here.
We caught up with Bussy and Webb again, but just to reiterate on what y'all were talking about past champions going on to do bigger things. Some of our past champions from the ABT now are commentating the tournaments. You know what I mean? Some of our past champions are on the water live today doing the coverage. You know what I mean?
Knew that was coming, Jason. You knew that was coming.
I was hoping he would have to make a long run and we'd move on to something else, but I didn't try to set that up. But here we go. Here comes the trophy. It's going to come out of the box back there.
We stopped in the dead middle just so I could address that, because I didn't want to leave it. You want to make sure you give the respect where it's due. So I just wanted to give my respects to whoever those champions, all of our past champions.
The only champions that weighed in basically their pajamas.
Yeah.
Shorty shorts and tank tops.
Y'all couldn't hear Luke Duncan right there, but he said that the tournament that actually me and Houston won, that he actually has gone back and watched that tournament several times to learn, more about bass fishing and really hone in his craft a little bit. Just learn more about fishing in general. I have been able to teach Luke a lot over the years, and especially after we did win the Alabama Bass Trail on Gunnersville, 30 pounds, dirty 30. Luke's, I just give him some tips every now and again.
It's always living in the shadows.
Darian, your partner in that Dirty 30 win at Gunnersville is fishing this tournament today. Boat number 75, Houston Calvert, fishing with Caleb Swaim. Are you going to have to give him a little hard time if they don't pull out a win this year on the Alabama Bass Trail?
I'm definitely going to give Houston Calvert a very hard time. I actually didn't get to talk to him. Honestly, I totally forgot until last night that he was fishing. And he texted me this morning and told me where they were going if we wanted to go cover them. And they're a long way away from us, so I won't be over there. But I'm definitely giving them a hard time. There was a Smith Lake tournament me and Houston fished one year at ABT, and we ran all the way to the Coleman side and had this kind of pattern we thought we were going to do, and it didn't work. We caught one 3-pound spot, and we were running back, and we were like, let's go fish all these drains, and we had done some of them in the beginning first, and we ran all the way back from Coleman all the way to the dam, and there was never a drain that you could get on from Coleman to here. And I was like, Houston, I think we're going to get beat really, really bad this tournament because we missed this whole entire program. And we did indeed get our heads beat because every fish in the lake was in those drains, and we thought we were going to do something sneaky and win, and we didn't. We didn't even get close. But enough of me and not catching fish. Let's talk about Bussy and Webb and see if they've caught any. All right, we're replaying their catches from this morning. We know they've got 3 because we saw the fish catches this morning. Have y'all got any more than 3 now? 4? Well, we're replaying some of their old fish catches. Got one there, fighting them into the boat. A little net job there. Here's another fish catch from this morning early. I believe one of these was the one that Luke was basically in their boat with them when they caught it.
Tell me. Yeah. You just not want to do anything. How was practice?
Same way when it was cloudy yesterday. Didn't catch nothing, then the sun come out. I caught the decent. Could have had 3 pounders, but pretty good.
Yeah, it is good.
Kind of hoping that sun will come out. We got 1 3 pounder now. So that sun will come out. Maybe we put together a couple more.
Well, you got the right start at least. Just scattered out. So you got a little update there from Mitch and Kendler. I got 1 fish in the box, got pushing over 3, and said yesterday, you know, practice was just like it is today. Cloudy, fish didn't really want to bite, sun comes out, and for them it turned on. So looking for that today, looking for the sun to come out a little more, and hopefully they'll be able to put together a good solid limit of those 3 pounders and plus. Said the fish were really scattered out, and not really wanting to bite. They said we're looking at them, but you know, they're just really not grouped up, not stacked up in any way, just really just having to move around. And that, I mean, cloud cover is really, really intense right now. The fog has burned off. I can see some fog back towards takeoff, but right here it's just misty, damp. You know, I hope that the sun will burn this stuff off, but may not. I know we're going to get some rain coming in tonight, so we may be in for this front of clouds coming all afternoon, which is not what these guys are looking for today. Guys, what's your boat number? 181. 181, Jay Kendrick and Chuck Hughes. I know they.
Okay, it's still Jay's birthday. Don't ask.
That's what I was about to say. I know y'all had Darren serenade y'all earlier, so Y'all, any updates since then? Okay. Okay. Good deal. Little update from the birthday boy. Got 2 for 4, so. Hoping for a big birthday.
So one of the things we talk about when we're covering these ABT tournaments a lot and being able to have the iPad that shows all the anglers is how many people fish the exact same stretch. And we noticed that the first time I really noticed it was last year at Logan Martin. There was so many guys fishing this exact same thing that, and specifically in this one, they were all really good local, Miss Kay said local hammers. Local guys that usually catch them at Logan Martin, and they all fish the exact same thing periodically throughout the day. Now we're looking at the same exact thing happening again, where this spot just an hour ago, Fisher and Ryan, Anaya both fished this exact same spot, and it's cool to see that the guys who maybe fish similar ways or are really good at fishing to understand what's going on, how they can find the exact same spots or fish or whatever it is. And I don't know, it's just really cool to observe that as somebody who's just commentating and watching what goes on, because obviously these guys have no clue of that. And an hour ago someone was fishing the same thing, but you can see they're both dialed in on their live scope. And I think Fisher and Ryan may have caught 1 or 2 fish here, but they're both really dialed, and you can see the way they're reacting, like their bodies are moving. Something's happening right now on their screen. And I don't know, I just always think that's really neat to see. You always used to talk, back in the day before live scope, you would always see a guy fishing down your stretch, and you'd kind of get discouraged and be like, well, dang, now we got to go somewhere else because they ain't gonna bite. Those guys just fish down through here. But now that we can use technology, use the iPads, and then be able to watch fishing, that's not the case at all. We've seen many, many times where the guy who comes in behind the other team catches just as many or more fish. Last year at Logan Martin, same tournament I'm talking about, Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst fished. They waited on a guy to leave this spot, actually many boats, probably 4 or 5 boats to leave this spot, and nobody caught fish. Mark and Tim pulled up throwing something a lot different than what those guys were throwing, and immediately put on an absolute clinic. Oh, we got hook up. I'm gonna shut up for a second. Fish on. He's acting like it's a big one. This would be number 5. They're acting like this is a big one. No, not a big one. Yes, I believe that's number 5.
Scope him up in the middle of the water column like Nico. He had it on the way down.
That's number 5?
Number 5.
Everybody wants to know what they weigh.
185, little bitty.
So what's 5 weigh?
I don't know, I forgot to weigh one of them.
I said probably 12 pounds, but he forgot to weigh one, so. Unofficially, your leaders right here. Very unofficial, because we've only covered about, I don't know, 10, 12 boats this morning, so very unofficial, but. For all the viewers watching at home, we've got, this morning we had Luke Duncan on a lot of the coverage, but the funny thing about Smith Lake is it's a beautiful place. The biggest houses you ever seen are here. So many fish, so many spotted bass. It's just a great place. Like we were talking about earlier, wakeboarding, really cool spot to be at, but the only con of that is it's kind of dead in the middle of nowhere, and there's zero cell phone service in a lot of these creeks. So, and it's so windy that you could have, full bars at one spot, and literally you go 200 yards away and it's completely dead and zero cell phone service. You can't even send a text. So we're having a little bit of troubles getting Luke to cell phone service. He's actually chasing people that have, big bags of fish. And the thing is, there's no way to really know that before you run up there. So just a second ago, Luke made a long run to another team that, is supposed to be catching fish, and he gets there, we don't hear anything from him. But what he's able to do is film, when he doesn't have cell phone service, he's able to film for the TV show. So y'all won't be able to see it on live today, but there's a really good chance that Luke's getting good footage just for TV. So whenever the TV show comes out, hopefully we'll see a lot of those fish catches, which would, make the content a little different and make it more interesting and make everybody want to go watch it. Kenny, do we know when the TV show of this tournament comes out?
Miss Kay would know for sure.
Okay, Miss Kay's got the schedule, so whenever she comes back in, we might ask her when this tournament might air, or at least a roundabout date. But that is the unfortunate thing. A lot of tournaments, a lot of the lakes we go to have really good cell phone service everywhere, and we can do good coverage, but it's just one of the many flaws of, no, not one of the many flaws, it's just really the only unfortunate part of coming to Smith Lake is a little bit difficult to cover on cell service.
you was about to give a chance.
Miss Kay says that she believes it's July 13th is when this tournament might air on the actual TV show. So we might get some more information on that. But well, guys, based off practice, what do you think it was going to take to win?
It's going to take 18 plus.
Yeah. Did y'all ever see that kind of weight in practice?
We had 17 both days.
Yeah.
They're not biting until later on.
So how hard is it? I mean, y'all obviously y'all have done really well. How hard is it mentally for you if you know they're not biting until later on? Are you don't care right now?
I don't care. I mean, you just got to fish the day. Every day, especially this, like every day is different.
Yeah.
I mean, you just got to be confident you're around them, and you can't panic and run way up the creek. You got to stay on the fish you practice on and just capitalize when the bite window turns on. It can happen super quick.
I think that's a lot of people's problem in these kind of tournaments. So the guys that don't necessarily do well all the time is you panic, just like you said, you panic and they're like, well, let's run all the way to whatever creek and see if they're biting over there. And it's like you kind of leave what you were.
We were hoping to have a real good one by now, but we caught 2 4-pounders about this time yesterday.
Yeah.
But Thursday, I caught them off and on all day. It's like what happened at Gunnersville in 100. You need that sunshine to kind of get them active.
Yeah.
And this is basically like fishing at night right now.
Bet you won't tie on a night blade.
You know, that might work. I thought about it. Had a little more color to the water, I might think about it. We'll get some rides.
10-4, well, we're going to do a giveaway. The giveaway's for big fish in the tournament. What do you think it's going to be? 5-pounder?
Yeah, I'm going to play a 542.
All right, 542. So here's the giveaway. We just had a 5-pounder even guess and a 542. And let me read this text to make sure I'm not giving away too much stuff. Because Angela just says, YouTube, there's 387 people watching. Guess big fish giveaway for ABT jersey and a Yamaha hat. So here we go. 502 specifically is, so guess, comment below if you're on YouTube or if you're on Facebook, comment below what you think the big fish will be. This is the second giveaway we've done. So the first one was guess the winning weight of the tournament. Now we're doing guess the big fish for a Yamaha hat and an Alabama Bass Trail jersey, hooded jersey. And they say you can pick your size. I don't know if there's different color options or what, but you're gonna be able to pick that, whatever you want. Very nice ABT jersey. Mr. Miller, what do you think the big fish is? If you had to guess.
545.
545. We don't have anything going on right now, so you want to just come up here and sit and talk? We can talk about fishing? I mean, I could ask you a couple questions. You don't really want to, or you don't care?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Let's do it. We'll have a random segment presented by Mountain Dew. Do we have any Mountain Dews in here?
We do?
Yes. Let's go. Look at this segment we've got. This is our Mountain Dew Fish Talk segment. It's new for 2025. Me and Caleb Miller just created this new segment. So, what have you seen today? We've seen pretty much the same thing. A lot of different people doing the same stuff. And obviously, you're one of the really good young guys. We talked about you a bunch last year. What do you think? I mean, we haven't seen a lot of fish catching. In my ear, there's some fish catching going on. But what's your thoughts about just the number of fish being caught?
I think it's going to be pretty slow in the morning with the cloud cover and everything. I think it should pick up in the afternoon a good bit.
Yeah. So, personally for me, this is why I'm doing this tournament coverage now and not actually fishing the tournaments, because of what he said. Like, if there's something going on where we've got them figured out, me and Houston were notorious about scrapping the whole thing. Let's run so we don't waste the day. We'll run down somewhere else and go throw a square bill somewhere or something. Whatever stupid it was that ended up not working. But how hard is it mentally when you're fishing ABT? It's a one-day thing. You don't have tomorrow to help on to keep doing this all day even though they're not biting?
I mean, it can be difficult at times, especially when it's tough, but you just gotta be confident in your game plan and you just gotta stick with it.
Yeah, just keep running the same stuff, and at some point in time they're gonna bite.
Mm-hmm.
Let me do one thing. Can you grab my phone there? I want to turn this volume down a little bit. So, bait-wise, I mean, y'all have a house here. You said you fish here pretty much every weekend when you can, if you're not running around fishing tournaments. What would you be throwing a lot of the similar patterns of what's going on?
I would.
Or you think that's what's going to take to win, or do you think some of these rumors of largemouth in the backs of creeks is going to win?
I think if you can get a decent bag of spots, then go hunt for a kicker.
So is that what you would do?
That's what I do.
Okay. So sounds like some strategy. You said a 5-something largemouth is going to be the big fish. Probably not going to be an 8-pounder. That's probably a unicorn fish that won't happen again, I would imagine. Let's see, what else have we got? I'm trying to think of any other. We've seen one sneaky bait thrown by 2 different people today that we're not going to talk about.
We've won a lot of money on that bait.
Yeah. If you're a viewer and you can identify this secret bait, we're not going to name it at all, but it's a very old school thing. So anyhow, I think it sounds like we've got another team now. Jason. Is that the truth? Jason's on. Jason, me and Mr. Miller just did a Mountain Dew bait talk segment where we just talk about the day. We just created that segment. We're going to bill Mountain Dew for that later on, but we'll jump over to you and we're going to go find some other anglers.
Well, thank you, Darian. We are on boat 38. Willis and Kiker don't have a report of how many fish they caught. They got their head down fishing, so a little busy right now. Boat 38. Boat 38, Willis and Kiker. I do have some reports saying that they had 2 fish earlier, so we just kind of wanted to stop by and see. We're running pretty hard. Got the trolling motor on high, scoping around these docks. The mouth of the creek here. Just scoping. Man. Jason, I finally got some cell signal. We're trying to run around and find some folks, but every time we get on a team, our cell phone signal has not been liking us, but we've caught up with both 154 Jeff and David Seabolt, some Georgia boys, and they have a limit. In the box, they're going to estimate 10 or 11 pounds right now, but they do have a 5-fish limit in the boat early here. Smith Lake ABT. No, ain't no doubt, man. Fish are biting around. There's no doubt about that. We've seen a lot of fish catches this morning. Conditions are trying to change. That fog's kind of burning off. The wind's starting to pick up. You got to think in this clear water that wind will help generate some bites for some of these spots that might get a little shy sometimes. We pulled my boat on top of a bluff. I took one to the team and just drove it right up the rock just to get a little higher so we get a signal. I'm dedicated. Well, I actually sent you guys a text in our group chat a little earlier today. I feel like I'm snake man. We've been chasing our tail a little bit today. So, see you Monday. Yeah, they definitely come down here, but they can hide a little bit because of the cell phone service. Yeah. They can also hide because most of these houses are like castles. They can physically hide in some of these. Yeah. I'm telling you, man. I don't know. I don't know what real estate's going for around here, but it's. These giant houses are popping up everywhere on Smith Lake. It changes year after year. Wild to see. Some amazing architecture down here. I bet Darian can't spell the word architecture. Jason, what do you think? I bet if we had to spell it, there's no way he can spell that. Yeah, he's probably going to, he's Googling it right now, so when he comes back on, he'll be able to spell it. I guarantee you he is Googling what that word even means. If he's out there listening, we don't know where he's at today. Seabolts are fishing a little closer to the bank. We've seen some teams, we've seen them fish docks so far, but they're also scoping. Look like they're throwing a jerkbait around a little bit.
Seabolt's fishing out of a beautiful Phoenix right here. $7,000 extra going to the winner today if they
Luke, were you going to keep $1,000 of that?
I messed up. I'm
it's
always
$8,
trying
it's
to get a
not
little
7,
bit
it's 8.
extra. I'm trying to get me a down payment on one of these amazing houses down here, buddy. I'm going to need a few more thousand, I think.
Yeah.
Or a little shy.
Well, you don't win no money owning a house out here. You win a lot of money owning a Phoenix, so.
There's no doubt about it. I really appreciate you guys ruining my scam that I was trying to go for. So pocket $1,000, but no big deal. So it's $8,000. But if somebody would like to give me $1,000 of that, as long as Miss Kay doesn't see it, I think it'll be okay. I don't know why I should get that money, but we can come up with something. I feel like I'm a part of it, Jason, you know? When the weigh-in gets going, we're all up there together. When they take the lead, I feel like I'm part of the team.
I mean, you're in the picture a lot of the time, so I mean, you should get something,
That's
right?
Yeah. Name, image, and likeness. Give me an NIL deal. Phoenix payday.
Well, these guys snuck up and caught a little fish here. Looks like it's in the slot from what I can tell, though. Yep. Yeah.
Jason, I'm not sure what you're seeing in the area of the lake you're in, but I have been blown away. Some of the most popular areas historically on this lake that I've been through today, that there are no boats. None.
Yeah.
Like really ass shot.
We're at the mouth of that creek where you lose cell service if you go too far back in it, so.
Yeah.
I want to get back there so bad because there's so many teams back there that are on some good stuff, but like you said, I mean, there's, if you look at and we can look at the tracker and see where a good majority of our field is, and you're like, well, why isn't anybody on that?
Yeah, it's amazing. There's a lot of empty water today, even with 225 teams out here. I've been really surprised at some of the stuff that's sitting vacant for this time of year.
Got a fish
well,
catch.
I think Darian got his cell phone antenna pulled up too.
Well, as soon as we pulled up to these guys, I chirped in and said, "Hey guys, throw me in." As soon as I said that, this guy in the front set the hook. Well, we don't know what boat number they are yet, but this is like textbook Smith Lake drain fishing. I don't know really what he's throwing. Maybe a jig. Is he throwing a jig? I can't tell. But he's throwing a bait caster, and he gave it the He gave her the back of the boat hook set too. Another one, back to back.
Look at you.
We're getting a little net action. It's the blue hat. The guy in the back of the boat's wearing a really bright blue hat. Oh, I hope it's a little one. Luke, this is a little off subject, but earlier I was talking about Brent Ayler, the tournament that he won here, FLW Tour. Do you remember what year that was?
I think it was 13 or 14.
Okay, my guess was 13, but
It was
Bussy and Webb
an
fished that
Alabama rig
stretch.
year. I do remember that.
Well, and you remember the last day he caught them in there right by the dam on a wacky rig, remember?
Yep.
Wasn't that the one that he won?
Yep. He was doing a little bit of both. He was throwing an Eco and he was throwing an Alabama rig. But I remember, like, on one of the qualifying days, first couple days, he caught like a 6-pound spot on an A rig. I do remember that because he boat flipped it. Epic video.
So Bussy and Webb fished that stretch this morning, and Fisher and Ryan fished the same stretch this morning. And I was thinking about this, but I didn't have anybody to bounce this off of. But imagine what they would have done back then. I mean, it's obvious, but if they would have had live scope back then, just because they were fishing the same stuff, they just couldn't see the fish.
I said that in the video this week. You know, there's a lot of negativity, unfortunately, around so many things in our sport these days. And if you can get through that, there's a lot of really cool things that are happening. I mean, you look at what went on at Pickwick this week in the Toyota Series and what's going on in so many tournaments. You know, people get fixated on the fact that it is due to technology, due to a new technique, but it is pretty incredible what some of these fisheries are capable of now that we know where these bass live. Hooked up. There we go. I don't think that one's going to coal. But we got a bite.
How many y'all got? Yeah. Good start. See y'all. That's right. Good luck. That's Tucker and Tucker. I don't remember their boat number, but that is a father-son team. I fished against the son for many years in youth fishing and high school fishing, and those are some straight-up catchers. They catch them everywhere. Back in our high school days, back in the prime. Well, I'm gonna jump off here real quick, go find another boat, because our team's gone.
Then there was one. We're here with boat 154. Seagull. Jeff and David. Utilizing a jerk bait primarily to catch a limit so far. 10 or 11 pounds. Those limits come across the stage at Smith Lake Dam this afternoon. We're going to kick things off at 3 p.m. So if you're in the area, come hang out because this weather forecast is supposed to be in the mid-70s by this afternoon, and I'd say that's pretty rare for a first weekend in February in North Alabama. So come out and hang out with us there at Smith Lake Dam. Bring a chair. Come watch some of these big spotted bass and largemouth get weighed in this afternoon, starting at 3. Lots of money up for grabs as well. 15 grand going to the winner. Plus that potential Phoenix boat's $8,000 bonus. Just tuning in with us, this is the Alabama Bass Trail North Division kickoff. We have the ABT South as well kicking off in a couple weeks down at Lake Martin, but these are the first of a 5-tournament series. And then it will end with a championship this fall. 2-day Wheeler Lake. Seen a lot of different things at play today, but obviously live scope being a huge part of it. But when you look at our maps, heard Darian mention it, Jason mentioned it a few times today. We have our trackers on over 40 teams, so we can see, where the field is spread out, and we've got some folks basically four-wheel driving today off the grid, off the map. Some of our top teams that, favorites coming into this event that we would love to be able to cover, but they are just so off the grid, we cannot physically get to them and have service. I believe I got the dream team, Jason and Darian, coming back in here.
Yeah, we're here, Luke. We are doing the same thing we were doing when you let us go a second ago. We're still here with Willis and
Morning,
Kiker.
sir. Good, how are you? You got some good catching? Oh. What's your boat number? Yeah, how many you got so far? None so far. One slot. Boat number 161. 161, one slot fish. Fishing, flying solo today. Had some partners family had some tragedy, so definitely keep them in our thoughts and prayers. And fish solo today. A little shaky head action. This is a fishy. This is a Bussy and Webb said that if you know they're here, you just stay confident throughout the whole day. Keep throwing your shaky head, and you're going to catch them at some point in time. They're going to bite. Or at least that's what
we got to get one on over here.
Make a little run, a short run, trying to catch up with a couple more teams before we wind this live down just a little bit.
One more fish there is a good thing. Keep upgrading. Or just getting them in the box at this point is kind of the game. Sunshine. Hoping for some sunshine.
Well, I think we're gonna make a little run down to the dam and see if we can jump on some other guys that were catching fish earlier.
Well, as this Phoenix boat's about to take flight, we're going to take a little commercial break right here. These guys are going to head on down the lake. We're going to be right back to some fishing action here from Smith Lake. Don't go far. Come right back.
The Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Halo Fishing, Net Bait, Bait Fuel, Snag Proof,
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Let's go!
Ooh, I love it.
Let's go. I think we should get some more.
Let's go!
And she got it good too. T-boned it.
Let's go.
I love it.
Cheers.
Let's go.
Whether you say bologna, bologna, or bologna, you're gonna love our new smoked bologna breakfast sandwich with egg and melty cheese on Texas toast. Or get 2 smoked bologna biscuits for just $3.99. We're Jack's, and that's no bologna.
Welcome back to the 2025 Alabama Bass Trail North Division. Stop number 1, Smith Lake in Jasper, Alabama. You are looking at Smith Lake Dam. And I don't know that there is a prettier shot in all of bass fishing. When you see that many trucks and trailers lined up that perfectly, you know you have a fine team. The Alabama Bass Trail team and the Chamber of Commerce of Walker County, their volunteers were out here working early this morning at 4 a.m. to get everybody in the water. Temperatures are rising. We're currently at 68 degrees with 56-degree water tip. We're still cloudy. I would say probably mostly cloudy. I think the temperature and the weather bug said partly cloudy, but I think we're mostly cloudy. Welcome back into the Alabama Bass Trail live studio. We are here on the banks of Smith Lake, 21,000 acres. This is an Alabama power lake, so we are right here at the dam. You know, a little bit about Smith Lake. This is a deep, clear lake with the deepest part of the lake being 264 feet deep. Guys certainly are not fishing in that depth right now, being in February, but we do have warmer conditions and warmer water conditions than what we expected. If you remember, just 3 weeks ago, we were at Lake Gunnersville and the water temps were in that high 30s, low 40s, and today we're at 56 degrees. Water here is very clear. We've had almost no rain this week. We've had just not even a half inch of rain this week, expecting somewhere between 6 to 9 inches of rain in the upcoming week. So it may make Lake Martin really special when we get there in a couple of weeks. Weigh-in starts here at the dam at 3 o'clock today. First flight's due in at 3. The last flight's due in at 5 o'clock. We will be paying out over $63,000 to the anglers today, including a $15,000 first place check. So looking forward to that and looking forward to see who's going to take the lead in the Angler of the Year points. So you've seen a lot of our 2024 Anglers of the Year, Justin Bussey and Ben Webb. They took home a $5,000 bonus last year and also a trip to the Bassmaster Team Championship. A lot of fun going on out here. We've seen Jordan Wiggins and Steve Jacques. That's got to be a team that you're looking for. They will weigh in the first flight, so I have a feeling that mark will be set quite early. You've got Ethan King and Zeke Gossett, boat number 4, also in that first flight. But then you get down to that last flight when you bring in Wesley Sams and Craig Daniels, longtime fishermen here on Smith Lake, as well as Stephen McAvoy and Josh Butts, one of the few teams that have 4 wins on the Alabama Bass Trail. They've won at Neely Henry, they've won at Guntersville twice, and they've won an Alabama Bass Trail Championship on Lake Jordan. So those teams are in that later flight, so we will have to wait to see who's going to take this home. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I appreciate everyone tuning in today. I do want to remind you a special fact about the Alabama Bass Trail this year specifically is the Alabama Bass Trail North Division filled up in 7 minutes, 225 spaces, 450 anglers, and it filled up in 7 minutes. So we thank these guys for putting their confidence and their resources in the Alabama Bass Trail. Our team does not take that for granted. We are very thankful for that. And I've had a lot of questions today through email asking about the 2026 season. Just a reminder, the schedule will go out the first Friday in May, and registration always opens for new teams on August the 15th. We'll talk more about that as the season goes on. But Jason is on a new team out there, so let's get out on the water and see who he's with and see if they've got any fish in the boat. Jason?
Yeah, Miss Kay, we're on Lawrence Judd and Jamie Butler. 198? Wayne Isaac, John Polk. If I could read out one more line, that's what it was. So 198. Got a 5-fish limit today, and looking to build on that a little bit. So, new team this year?
We fished the first 2 seasons, and then our schedules didn't match up, and couldn't get back in.
Yeah.
And finally, this year, we were actually on the waiting list. We were 16th on the waiting list.
Wow.
And I'm not sure what happened, but Kay called me and said, "Hey, you can get in, but you got to tell me in a couple hours."
Yeah.
I'm glad I hadn't paid any other entry fees.
Good.
So,
Well, we're glad you guys got back in. Now the key is just to stay in it, you know?
Yeah.
Because if 10 minutes, it's over, you know, on the fill up on that thing, so.
Yeah, we both got up early that morning. And I'm not tech savvy enough. He got us in, but I didn't.
Yeah, well, we're glad to be back, though.
Well, we're glad to have you back for sure. We're going to slide back and let you guys fish. And
All right, sounds good. I'm blind. It takes me 10 minutes.
we'll watch you catch a couple.
Y'all don't bring any more of this rain in.
Man, it's coming. That's what I always hear.
We literally caught 4 right here.
Wow.
Yes, Luke Duncan. Well, guys, we have, Luke Duncan's answer is yes. Guys, we finally caught back up with you. Y'all didn't run very far, so it was easy to find you. No, you didn't move very far. Have y'all caught any more? Got 3 now.
We've already been down to the other end of the lake.
Yeah. And for the viewers, these are the guys we stopped on earlier who had some motor issues yesterday, had to get towed back in, and found some. What'd you find yesterday? What do you think y'all could have caught if you could have got to those fish?
I had a spot that weighed, one on the scale weighed 3.9, and then 2 about 17 inches.
Nice.
We're catching them on a minnow.
Yeah.
I just haven't seen any.
Yeah. So he said they caught a spot that weighed 3.9 and 2 17 inchers. But again, those fish were long away from here, and they had some engine issues, so they're just sticking around the ramp today. Caught 3 so far, 1 largemouth, and just hope, a lot of hope at this point, honestly. Hey, at least you didn't just scrap the day and go home, because I mean, you got to have the points. We'll get the motor fixed and.
There's probably no back to get that.
Yeah.
Down here, we might well fit. It's not easy to get a bite.
No. That's been the story of the morning.
It is.
Yeah.
It's almost like they've been on bed, like right here or something. And they'll pick it up, run, and then
Drop it, nothing.
yeah, my partner would help me out when I had a limit.
Jeez.
I'm kidding.
I'm not commenting on that.
I help him out. Fish the other way, it's hard to slow down and do this.
Yeah, I bet.
It's like watching paint.
Yeah. We were just talking about that. We have watched several guys just fishing slow throwing a shaky head this morning. And on the internet right now, there's so much hate about watching live scope on TV.
Yeah.
But he was saying, would you rather watch live scope and people catching fish, or would you rather watch them throw a shaky head down the bank and it's just slow?
We don't get to fish Clear Lakes. I mean, we don't get to use
Yeah.
fish here. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of people not catching though.
That's right. A bunch of people in and out of here 10, 15, 20 minutes and leave.
Fish on, fish on.
Scope the ditch.
Yep.
Sorry, we're so boring.
No.
If you got all overs, you don't need that one. Guys, I made a few little runs in circles trying to chase some teams down. What's that? Okay. We just caught back up with Ryan and Fisher and I. Fisher just said they just now started figuring them out a little bit. So they estimate they've got 12 pounds. Not too far from where they started in the morning. Sounds like it's starting to take the right kind of turn for him. He seemed pretty confident right there.
that statement he made, guys, y'all know that might sound like a simple statement. We started figuring it out, but you know, especially Darren, you fished Smith for years and years. You do have to adjust on this lake every single day. What you did yesterday normally does not work. These fish are so fickle at times, especially when you start getting several boats out here. Compare that with changing conditions. And these rascals are always on the move.
Look, the issue with me is a lot of times what I did yesterday didn't even work yesterday. You know what I mean? So I don't even got nothing from yesterday either.
That's very true.
I mean, so
true. Most of the time, you should just probably call me and see what you should have been doing yesterday and what you need to be doing today, too. You know?
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Luke, I can't thank you enough for putting Darian on those fish that year he won at Gunner's on.
Listen, I try to help my friends out, you know. He called me in a crunch a couple weeks before that tournament. Said, man, I've been fishing this lake. Everybody says it's full of fish. This Lake Gunnersville. Asked me if I'd ever heard of it. I said, well, of course I have. Fished over there a lot. And he asked me if I could throw him and Houston Calvert a bone. And so I did. And the rest is history, really. It's a history-making moment with those tank tops and 30-pound stringer.
you know it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Show is it.
Still waiting on my cut of the check, but it's okay.
Well, that's what I thought too. I mean, you gave him some dots. He should have given you some dollars for them dots, right?
That's exactly right. Oh, listen, it was dots, baits, rods, reels. I even, brought him ice down there to the ramp and snacks. So I take care of it.
I'm biting my tongue right now.
I think it's about to rain here. I don't know what y'all got over there.
I've been thinking that 6:45, Jason.
Got a fish on. Got a fish on. Maybe a slot one. The net man gave up on him for a second. That's one thing you can do when you come to Smith's Lake. You can catch them in the slot.
All right. Sounds like Fisher and Ryan are going to make a short little move. Yeah.
Well, guys, we are going to take another quick short break and then get right back to the wrap-up, the Busch Light wrap-up before taking home. So here we go.
The Alabama Bass Trail is sponsored by Rapala, VMC, Crush City, TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
Thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great. And I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior. But then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
It's a new year at Jack's, so how about a new deal? Get 2 chicken bacon wraps and fries for only $6. Get them with honey mustard, ranch, or BLT style. Saving money's never been tastier. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Live here at Smith Lake, and this is the time that we do the Busch Light wrap-up. We've been on the water for 4 hours. Takeoff was around 6:30 this morning. We had a little bit of fog moving in, and we wanted to get the guys out early, so we had safe daylight at 6:30. We were able to get out and get covering. And while I was still calling boat numbers, Jason and Luke had fish catches. So we're going to get out, let Jason talk about his day, and give you your Busch Light wrap-up for the day. Jason?
Yeah, we made the first run this morning and stopped on Wiggins and his teammate and just kind of really doing what most everybody else I've seen do today. And that is basically put their head down, turn on their Garmin live scope, and just look for fish. We've seen them all kind of out in the deeper areas of those creeks, those drains that we call them a lot of times. The water level is way down here. We're still at winter pool, so all the fish are kind of congregating right out there in the middle. And where Wiggins started at this morning, there were probably 5 or 6 other teams in there with them, and they're kind of all doing the same thing. Sometimes you'll see a team that'll scoot over to the bank and maybe catch one, but then they'll turn back around and head back out to the middle and just kind of live scope it. And then we bounce a couple more pockets heading up.
Seen a lot of people live scoping all day, and I think that's obviously the pattern that the majority of people do. I'm going to make a prediction, and I'm even going to name a specific person. I think that Josh Butts is going to come in with an absolute mega bag today. He did a pattern that seems like it's a risk-it-all type pattern to win, and so I think I'm going to go with Josh Butts. Even though we haven't been able to cover him today, he's going to be my sleeper just because we were able to talk last night. But a lot of fish catching today. I believe some of the anglers that we saw, like Luke's probably going to talk about, they haven't figured it out quite yet, but maybe they're putting it together now, and just stay confident and fish their pattern until they start biting. Luke, what do you got?
Well, Darren, it's been an awesome day out here. We've seen a lot of fish catches, but honestly, maybe a little slower than we expected. But sometimes when you have these big warm-ups early in the year, the fish just don't catch up with it. Mentally, as an angler, we think it's just going to be lights out just because it's been 70 degrees for a few days. But we were in an unbelievable cold spell just a couple of weeks ago. So it takes a little time for those fish to kind of catch up. And I think that's what we're seeing today. I will agree with you. You know, you and I talked to Josh Butts, Stephen McAvoy last night. They are risking it all today. Getting in some kind of crazy areas to get to, targeting big largemouth. That was their game plan, they told us last night. We can see that by our trackers and on the maps. There are other anglers that seem to be fishing that same kind of pattern, judging by the map. But other than that, we've got a lot of scoping going on, those deep drains, a lot of live scoping, a lot of the mooch minnow throwing going on. And today, I think it is going to come down to the battle of, can somebody catch 5 of those big largemouth up on the bank versus 5 big spots out in deep water. And I'm in a toss-up right now on what it will take. Of course, it's early. We don't kick things off until 3 p.m. at the weigh-in there at Smith Lake Dam. But I think it's going to be a very interesting weigh-in to watch. Be sure to tune in. Miss Kay, I know I'm going to be there, and so will you up at Smith Lake Dam.
We will be there, and we will be ready to weigh in some bass. You know, one of the things Luke and I talked about on the podcast earlier this week was the warming trend, and we really felt like that the fish would be active and we would see bigger fish caught. We did see a lot of fish caught during the day, just not those bigger bass. Saw 3 teams that had somewhere between that 11 and 12 pound range. We know it's going to take way more than that to take home that $15,000. We encourage you to come back at 3 p.m. either on YouTube, Facebook, or on AlabamaBassTrail.org and click on the live weigh-in. Luke will be our MC. Darian will be handling the off-the-stage interviews, and Jason will be handling social media for us. So thank you for tuning in today. We'll be back at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Bring your lawn chairs and get out to Smith Lake Dam. We'd love to see you there. Have a great day.
This live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail has been presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, TH Marine, American Baitworks, and Sweet Home